And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roger, Atlantis.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flighting downside FD off. Bring in FD off. Off. It's orange!
25! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage. Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. Keep red. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Well, hello everybody. Not exactly a boring day at Starbase. We've got a lot going on. In fact, I nearly didn't fit it all on a tweet because there's so much happening. We've had a tower segment rolling down the port of Brownsville, a tower section from KSC, which we saw depart on Space Coast Live. There it is right now. We get a quick view of this because this is going to be out of shot before too long, but that is what we saw on Space Coast Live being loaded onto the barge in the turn basin and is now arrived at port of Brownsville. We've also got Ship 28, which is out there, and that has got the suborbital tap farm firing up, so we might see some tests on Ship 28 first. We're seeing the chopsticks rising on the orbital launch mount ahead of a booster static fire test, which we believe is going to come up today as well. And Mary has got another pressure notice, and the other pressure notice always say there could be more than one. So there's potential of 2 static fires today, which is really fun. And at the production site, we've got Ship 29 rolling out of the high bay, likely for its engine installation in the mega bay. So that's happening as well. And overnight, Booster 12 rolled out to Masses, the test site at Masses, for its cryoproofing. So it's all going on. It's literally started off what we expect for 2024, which is a very busy time. Because this is the time of Starship where they need to get the cadence up, and I think they're proving their worth now because we have the potential of both Booster 10 and Ship 28 being validated on their individual pad flares ahead of the integrated stack testing, and then a launch maybe in January. I think that's asking a lot, but probably February. That's an exciting start to the year. Anyway, enough of me rambling on. Let's introduce who else we've got on. We've got Alex. Hello, Alex.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm back again after the 2 streams yesterday with that awesome doubleheader that we had yesterday night. Now we're back with another doubleheader, but from Starbase this time. It's 2 static fires potentially. I mean, who else isn't excited about that? Everyone is excited about that, right? Come on, let's get this fired up.
I know I am, because it's going to be fun, because we thought the end of the year might be quiet. Maybe a Falcon Heavy launch, which we had last night. Not a lot else, but look what's happening at the Starbase, keeping us occupied right through to the end of the year. Also joining us is Ryan. Hello, Ryan.
Well, hi everyone. Yeah, it's SpaceX has basically said, yeah, no holiday for you guys. Your holiday is going to be covering static fires and testing and everything, because that's SpaceX for you. They like throwing curveballs to everyone. But I'm here for it. I'm excited, and let's do this.
We have 2 experts and me, the numpty, just giving the questions over to the experts. That's going to come in very handy. What we're going to do is, if you got questions, do at NASASpaceflight in chat. It comes up into a panel. We can't answer them all, but we'll pick out the best questions we can find. And if there's people asking the same question, we tend to just round up into one. So we'll ask one person's question on behalf of 3 people sometimes. So it works. But if you've got a question, do it in a space fight. We'll try and get around them as much as possible, because this might be marathon coverage, so we'll have a lot of time to answer questions. So I want to quickly thank some people from the... I mean, even before in Starbase Live, we had people doing gifted memberships. It was crazy, we had like a choo-choo train of gifted memberships early, which was really appreciated, because it really does help a lot. We've been showing off a lot of camera views. We've got a few more extra camera views for these testing as well today. They cost money, but you bought them because you can fund us to do it, so it's really appreciated, and it really does mean a lot. It really does. Sean Plays Too Much gifted a Red Team membership. Matt Hicks gifted a Red Team membership. I saw him gifted more before that as well, so this is just on this stream. Eurofor000 It says, what a year and a way to end a year. Thanks, NSF, for the coverage. Well, thank you for your support. That's how we can do the coverage, because you support us. Tom V gifted 10 Red Team memberships. Brian gifted 5 Red Team memberships, and Mike's gifted another Red Team membership. I can say Red Team memberships 3 times in a row and then my teeth fall out. So it's kind of like, I'm glad we got through those. But trust me, again, thank you very much for doing that. And if you did get a gifted membership in chat, just say thank you, because it's nice. I actually was on a completely different stream the other day. Completely different subject, and I got a gifted membership, and I was like, wow, where did that come from? So it's really cool to say thank you, because it just is a surprise. Right, let's look through to see what. I'll tell you what, we should really round up first where we are. The chopsticks are rising on the orbital launch tower. That is for booster 10 testing, but the suborbital tank farm has fired up. Alex, which one would you put money on being tested first? Do you think ship 28 or booster 10?
Well, right now it's kind of looking like ship 28, because the recondenser spooled up on the suborbital tank farm. We also have the liquid oxygen side of the suborbital tank farm spooling up. So we're in that mood, in that countdown, where we're approaching the point of maybe within 30 minutes or so we may see that frost back on ship 28. And then the orbital tank farm, at least up until a few, about an hour ago, I saw that it wasn't fully spooled up. Like, the liquid oxygen side was going on, but it was not all of the subcoolers, which is interesting. And so maybe that was sort of part of the testing prior to testing Booster 10. Because as we all know, last week we had an abort to that test of Booster 10. And then since then, they seem to have been working on the tank farm. We have got a few tests of the orbital launch mount, of the orbital tank farm. So I wouldn't be surprised if that spool out that we saw early this morning was part of that preparation ahead of Booster 10 testing, because, you know, it's not really that weird to see them thoroughly testing things before going into the major testing, which is the static fire of Booster 10, which is expected now, because we see that those chopsticks going up, and we always see those chopsticks going up when they do a static fire test, or even a spin prime test for that matter. We also see that as well. But we're hopeful that it is a static fire this time around, because that's precisely what we were expecting last week. And I don't know, I don't think SpaceX may have changed the plans. We'll see. We always have signs to look for when it is either one or the other. We'll talk about that later, obviously.
Well, we've probably lost a view of the tower segment by now. I don't know if we have or not, but B7 asks, what in the world do you think the third tower is going? I think they're assuming about, there we go, still got the section there. Alex, Ryan, in fact, let's give Ryan a question. Ryan, what do you think this section's being used for a second tower?
Well, yeah, it'll be used for a second tower here at Boca, and the likely place I think it'll go is somewhere just kind of south and a little more west than where the current tower is. With the cameras, it's kind of hard to show where it will exactly be, but we don't really know exactly where it will be until they start the foundation and whatnot. But yeah, it'll probably be a little more south of it, and then they'll probably build another tank farm along with that one. I doubt they would hook up the two, because they would probably want to build the new tank farm from scratch. A little bit better than they built this one, because it's very well known that they've had issues with this tank farm, hence the last test that they tried with B10. So yeah, it'll be entirely from scratch for this one.
Cool. Unrezo and a few other people, to say the least, have been asking about the multi-member stream. We have a multi-member stream, like a 9-box 4K stream for all member levels, every level of member. Patrick is working. Patrick is in the background. It's a good excuse to thank Patrick for producing this stream, because he's in the background sorting out all this live stream views for you. We haven't no set up, but he's also setting up the multi-stream, and I will put a message in chat as soon as it's live. And it'll be, in fact, if you'll see it in the community post, because I post everything membership-wise, the membership content for all our members in the membership area, so you'll see it ping up there. But Patrick is working on it, so it's coming up very soon. Jeremy Chin asks a question a lot of people keep asking. Why is the orbital tank farm still have its dents in it? So Yeah, I can first of all quickly give some answers to that myself by saying that what you're seeing is dents in the cryoshells, which are outside of the actual tankage. But maybe Ryan, you can just go a little bit further at tank farm. That is the way they're changing the tank farm, because we've seen all the hot deck tanks arriving recently, haven't we?
Yeah. So they still have dents in it because, well, to truly fix those cryo shells would require probably taking them off. And for some of those cryo shells, they're already on LOX tanks. At least one of them, the one on the far. Well, if Patrick could pull it up. Try to remember here. Trying to give an example. But anyways, one of them facing towards the OLM is dented. A little bit dented there, and they can't really replace that without taking a bunch of paralite out. So that'd be kind of hard to lift that thing up and fix it. The other two that are all like stringered up and whatnot, one of them is the old water tank, which isn't used anymore. They couldn't use it. They had a lot of issues with it because they didn't structurally reinforce it very much. So when they tried to put a lot of water in it, it just kind of leaked out. And then the other one was supposed to be a methane tank, but you know, they're not really using it other than water for the detonation suppression system. So the only way to really fix it is to take them off and repair them, and they don't really have the ability to do that at the moment. And there's not really any point in doing it because they're not really using them. So,
Alex, Thomas Williamson asks, do you know what the issue with the tank farm or booster 10? I assume they were talking about the previous static fire attempts. Do we know what potential issues they had between tank farm and booster 10 to call off the static fire attempts?
I don't think we really know, but we had seen them working a lot on the tank farm, and that's sort of like the smoking gun, you know? It's that sort of thing that it's like, kind of makes you think that it's probably that the cause of the abort last time. It could be both, right? Because they have also been working on booster 10 since last week, so maybe both are the cause, or maybe not. We don't really know. There was something going on, at least, that made them stop and cancel the whole thing, because they opened the road again a few hours after that abort, and then we didn't have any more testing that day. That was a little bit sad, but yeah, we have seen a lot of testing of the tank farm in the last week or so. We actually had the other day, frankly, the next day of that abort, we had the road open, but they were testing the tank farm, and people were like, "Oh my gosh, they're testing the booster," and we're like, "What? No!" And then Mary found that overpressure notice, and we're like, "Oh, no!" So yeah, it seems like they just had a crazy week testing things ahead of this major test.
Nice. Also, boys and girls, the multi-screen member stream is up now. I've just put it into the community area so that all members were notified of it. But that is now live, thanks to Patrick. Some thanks again, lots of thanks. I really want to make sure everyone gets read out. Wilbur, hello NSFers, while you're all we're cleaning dirt off the ceiling for Static Caravan. I'm tempted to say I'm in Cornwall. Now I can focus. That makes no sense, but thank you very much, Wilbur. Much appreciated. Brian says, hit that like button, people, and thanks to the awesome 2023 NSF. Looking forward to more productive 2024. I think 2024 is where it gets really, really interesting, because we've got the potential of at least 5 flights. I mean, a lot can go wrong, but I'm pretty much hopeful that could happen. We're getting exciting times end of this year, and it sets the stage for 2024, so I'm really encouraged by that. Chris W for Crispy Sausage Roll Fund. Yeah, if you were on SBL earlier, I literally ran to the bakery to get me some sausage rolls for my lunch. Thank you very much, Chris. I'll get some more tomorrow now. Yay! In fact, I don't get the money, so it really doesn't apply to me. Richard with a massive tip. Wow, thank you, Richard. Methane Man says cash for camera maintenance. Wow, thank you very much, Methane Man. We know your real name now as well. Much appreciated. Merlin, why does a ship need a second static fire? Right. Thank you for your support, but that's a good question. Ryan, were you piping up there to take that comment?
Sure. We don't really know why they would do a second static fire. There's a chance that they would use the header tanks this time to do it. whether it's like a deorbit burn or something along those lines, like what S-26 did. There's a chance that that's what they do. At least it's the only thing I can think of. It'd be through the header tanks, because they already did one through the mains. So
There's definitely room for lots of different testing with Ship 28 now that they have it there at the orbital pad. It could be just gathering more data, for example, with 6 engines. It could be, as you mentioned, something maybe static firing through the header tanks instead of the main tanks. Or maybe it is a subset of the engines, or who knows, right? But, you know, as Jack will say, more data, more better, and it's always good to gather more data, just to be sure. Because why not? Like, Ship 25 failed towards the end of the burn. Maybe they're testing something related with that. Who knows, right? Like, it could be anything like it. And if that ensures that Flight 3 is going to be even more successful than Flight 2, so be it. I'm all for it. More fire, more better, too. Planned fire, at least.
Just Tobias with a store message. Yeah, if you contacted the store and you've not got a mail back the same day or a day later, then something's not arrived. I will find you, and we'll. That sounds terrible, doesn't it? I will find you. Well, Liam Nielsen on you there. I will find you and make sure that I can give you my contact details. In fact, if you get absolutely stuck, do support@NASASpaceflight.com. I get those emails as well, so I can make sure. But I've just passed the message on to the store team to go looking for your order and making sure that's all gone through okay. So I got your message. Thank you very much, Turbis. Death Roodles with a question I will answer, and I don't want anyone giving any negative remarks about. Do you think SpaceX will ever set up in the UK? I think if we get point to point, which is the best thing ever. No one said anything. No. I said no one said anything. Right. If we get point to point in the UK, that'll be where we'll get SpaceX in the UK. I can't see another reason for it. I mean, there'd be no need to launch anything from here, like in the Scottish launch sites. They're all medium launchers and not the kind of SpaceX realm. But I would love the day, it may be deep in the future, where you can get to Scarborough, get on the point-to-point Starship and get to KC in 30 minutes. Wow. Imagine that. A little trip up the A64, Scarborough, onto a Starship, go into space, go to KC, go and see a Starship launch to Mars. Perfect. Please make it happen, Elon. Thank you very much in advance. Right, there we go. Moving on. Right, a lot of questions. I think I'll round this one up. Mainly people asking, is this a sign of the future? If they do it, a dual static fire test where they test the ship and the booster on the same day as a kind of like a test day event where they can get both vehicles done. What do we think, Alex?
That is definitely promising. That is a really good question, because if they can do both tests at the same closure, right? For every flight, we will just have one closure. And that was it. Or maybe 2, I guess, if they do a spin prime one day and then static fire the other. But they do both on the same day. So instead of having 4 road closures, now they only have 2. And that is less of a hassle with the county, with the locals and things like that. And that could probably help if they want to ramp up launch cadence, for example, because that compensates the number of closures. It's a bit of a hassle to have a little bit more launches, but then also you have less road closures because you test less, or you test everything in the same day. So that's good.
Interesting view here of the orbital launch. We're keeping an eye on 2 vehicles here. In fact, including the production site with Ship 29. I will get these ships wrong because there's so many of them. Ship 29 is currently doing its little dancing around the production site. But the orbital launch tower's chopsticks have now opened up. So that has set the stage for Booster 10 static fire test, which we believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe will be a 33 engine test. Whether all 33 fire up is another question, but that's what we're going for. This is a 33 engine test of the Booster 10, which will be very exciting. But we are keeping an eye on both vehicles because Ship 28 may go first. Luckily, we have an abundance of cameras, so we will not miss anything, and we'll just keep a very close eye on what's happening, because the fun thing about today is we might have 2 police sirens. One for the T-minus 10 minute count for the static fire of Ship 28, and then another siren later for Booster 10 static fire test, which is going to be a crazy Friday, to say the least. lots more questions about Ship 28. Shuttered asks, what did they fix Ship 28's fallen tiles? Now, first of all, I don't think we've seen any work on the TPS, unless I'm wrong. Ryan, have you seen any work on Ship 28's TPS since it's been out of the pad?
As far as I know, no, they have not fixed the tiles on it. At least I haven't seen any. No, they haven't fixed any. The flap still looks the same, so they haven't fixed it yet. But then again, if they are performing another static fire here, fixing them would be kind of pointless because they could break again. So finish the testing, and then when they're ready to stack it, you go ahead and fix it all up and remove the crane lift points and whatnot.
Yeah, and that, speaking of which, Simon S asks, what are those 3 black boxes on Ship 28's nose cone? Tied in, didn't it? Because they had lifting points, aren't they? They need to take them off. So we're going to see a rollback at some point.
They mean the squares.
The 3
fair enough.
squares are probably antennas. It could be Starlink, is what we're thinking. But it's not.
There should be actually a
100%
4th
certain.
on the left, because you can see there the attachment points, but it's not there because they took it off for some reason.
Yeah.
I was
there
so
when it was Sanchez, but then they took it off for some reason. Yeah, we don't.
I was so smug there. I saw the question come up. I thought, oh yes, he's talking about lifting points. It's my one chance to answer a question, and I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, to be fair to you, Chris, they didn't specify what 3 things on the nose cone. Because there's another 3 things on top. So yeah, or boxes or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my word! Hey, speaking of which, James, not speaking of which at all, it's completely irrelevant. James Flattery asks, do you think they have done any work to strengthen up the aft section of Booster 10 to mitigate what happened to Booster 9? Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what Booster 9 was compared to Booster 7, right, Ryan? I mean, Booster 7 and Booster 9 was modified, had a lot more strengthening to the aft, whereas Booster 10 I think is pretty much identical to Booster 9, isn't it?
Yeah, the only real big difference for Booster 10 internally, at least I'll say this, that we know of, because of course we can't see everything, is the common dome is now the E-dome. As far as I know, there is no strengthening difference. Booster 11 and up has a couple more stringers added. If in the LOX tank, if memory serves. But other than that, like Booster 10, 11, 12 are pretty identical. So, yeah, there isn't a ton of changes between them all. Of course, each vehicle sometimes has the little things here and there, but overall, they're basically the same booster.
Nice.
Yeah.
By the way, can we go have a look at the production site? Because Ship 29 is saying, I want some attention on me, please. Because the production site has got Ship 29 rolling out. In fact, if we can go to the trailer one, Patrick, we can get a real good view of it, because we can see it dawdling out of the high bay. I assume it's going to Mega Bay 1, which has now got a vacated space. Now Booster 12 has rolled to masses. And
2.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because 1 is for boosters.
Oh,
Booster 12. Booster 12 was in the booster stand on the one that they are able to install engines. It doesn't have engines though, but they can also work on other things like CO2 tanks, other hardware on the booster. But yeah, it looks like Mega Bay 1 is currently being used just for boosters. So we're expecting Ship 29 to head to Mega Bay 2, which is probably going to be debuting today with Ship 29.
Unless I missed a memo, is this the first time a vehicle has been inside High Bay 2?
Yeah.
Mega Bay 2. Mega Bay 2.
If it goes to that bay, yes, it'll be the first time vehicle's in there. Now, the reason why we think it's good, at least I think it's going to go into that bay, is because they have the ship lifting jig hooked up to the bridge crane and ready. And the only way they can lift 29 is with that jig. So either it's going there or it's going to just park itself near the other engine install stand. Now, they should have a stand up and running inside that bay, because we saw them lift it up I think it was like 2 weeks ago or something along those lines. So it should be ready to go for it.
Cool. Very cool.
Then we also, on that same note, just before we go into another thing, we also have had just like a few minutes ago a road closure gone out for tomorrow, I think it is. So it looks like it is a transport closure. Maybe ship 30 is also moving. Who knows? But it will be very interesting if we end the year with Booster 12 and ship 30 at masses, because that's like the next stack after the next. That's like two flights down the line. Flight 5.
5. Well,
Exactly.
yeah, that closure is for midnight tonight. So if they also need the 2-point lifter to do 30 because they took its crane lift points off as well. So 2-point lifter might get a workout today.
Cool. I've got a programming question here. I'm surprised. John Griffin says, I'm surprised that the commentary isn't part of the multi-view. The way to do it is to have the multi-view up and then have this stream playing. So you've got the audio in the background at the same time. But yeah, I don't think we pipe in the commentary into the multi-screen. I think the multi-screen is more visual. But that's the way to do it. If you're on a PC or anything like that, you just do 2 browsers and then you get around it that way. That's what I do anyway. Right. Unbegettable. That is a brilliant username. Unbegettable. That is fantastic. That caught me out a little bit when I read it. I thought, what? Is that really a username? How do we know Ship 28 is going to have a static fire? What are the indicators that are going to be for a dual test? So, right, Alex, do you want to go through this and just basically say what the clues are from the visual clues we get that there are going to be 2 static fires potentially today?
Yeah, so from this view right now, you can see there the overall tank farm, the overall launch mount, and everything. As you can see, they have just raised the chopsticks in sort of a static fire configuration. It's also more or less the one for launch. The same position, it is open and things like that. So it is in position for that static fire test that we're expecting today. But the thing is, it is not the only thing that it is spooling up. On the suborbital side, on the suborbital tank farm, we also have seen the recondenser going up. The lock side of the suborbital tank farm is also going, and so we're expecting also testing of Ship 28 here in just maybe 1 hour or 2 might be. We also have that tower section going by and things like that. It's packed with action here, but definitely up to 2 static fires tests today from Ship 28 and Booster 10.
Nice. More thanks. I absolutely insist we thank every single person who does some support here. Bastian, gifted Red Team membership. Thank you very much, Bastian. Bideford, every single time I'm on a stream or see a stream or watch us do a stream, Bideford's massive support and it really is appreciated. These names I recognise immediately. Good morning, afternoon, Chris, Ryan, number 1 host, Alex. Alex Fan Club. Who is a workaholic, and Patrick, and also works non-stop. Happy New Year early. There we go, Alex and Patrick. Massive Pacific absolute support for you there, so that is great. Thank you, Bideford. Dean Turner's become a Padrat member. Welcome. You get the multi-screen we were just talking about. Leeds Beer gifted a no message super chat. I wonder if there's some reference there to me knowing that I'm close to Leeds. Thank you very much for your support there. Tilken Olsen has become a Padrat member, so that is awesome. Right, Outdoorsman Show asks, what is the best case scenario for a quick launch from complete stacking of a new ship and booster to launch if NASA asks SpaceX to do a quick turnaround of Starship? Wow. We could probably put that in a magical situation where something serious is going on and Starship was the only vehicle that could be capable of helping them out. So can we take it from that scenario? Right now it's probably hard to judge, isn't it? Because we just don't have that cadence yet. But in the future, should we look in the future? Let's say 2 years' time. Say they're launching about 10 times a year. What's the fastest we think they'll get from a vehicle to the pad stacked and launched in 2 years' time? Alex, first.
In 2 years' time, it might be a matter of days.
Yeah.
Right now, I think it's a matter of weeks, but single digits is my thinking. It will not take that long. But again, it's very complex and it's very early. And if you want to go faster, you will probably have to take some risks.
Right. What do you think? Let's have an Armageddon situation where NASA's got Bruce Willis and his oil rig workers all lined up for an emergency launch to deal with an asteroid. I can't remember if it's Comet or an asteroid in that movie. Could we see a vehicle being taken out of the mega bay and the high bay or whatever, probably 2 mega bays, 3 mega bays by then, whatnot, roll down Highway 4? How fast from the point they roll down Highway 4 in 2 years' time do you think they could turn around the vehicle stack for launch?
Well, my question for complete stacking would be, is this just after they finish stacking like the ring sections? Because if that's the case, currently between, even 2 years down the road is still going to be a while, but currently between finished stacking of a vehicle and a static fire, you're looking at it's like 6 months at the moment, because there's a lot of internals to finish. 2 years time, it really depends on how quickly they finish all that, if that's what you mean by complete stacking. If it's the vehicles are ready for static fires right off the bat, then yeah, I would say a matter of like a week. You could roll it out, static fire it, stack it, launch it. But if you're talking they still need to, cryo test it and whatnot.
I hear venting.
But just to finish it, if you're talking about just like they have to roll out and cryo it, I mean, the cryo and static fire can be done in 2 days' time, but yeah, I'd say a couple of days if you only mean by static fire and launch.
Yeah. Again, I think that is one of Starship's big points. It's about the rapid reusability. That was the thing. Reusable is one thing, but rapidly reusable was the big deal, and that's what Elon was going for. That's why, and fully reusable as well. Let's face it, we're all impressed by Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, but it's not fully reusable. Space Shuttle was not fully reusable. I mentioned Shuttle only 37 minutes before I mentioned Shuttle. It was not fully reusable. It literally wasn't. The orbiter would come back, but the external tank and the SRBs, the external tank was destroyed over the Indian Ocean, so that was not reusable. The solid rocket boosters came back, splashed down, were pulled back to Port of Canaveral, and then taken apart, and the casings were reused. And that was not really the same as reusing a Falcon 9 booster. That is literally an intact booster. They don't take it apart. So this is the first vehicle where it's fully reusable, and that's where the rapidly comes in as well, because if they can get that right, then that brings down a lot of the costs. And it's a massively capable vehicle as well. It's a super exciting vehicle if it comes off, and I'm sure it will do. The SpaceX team have got the track record now for showing they can, even with some adversity in the early days they've come back from that. Look at this. We've got a great view here of where the water deluge system will be. We should get that today, by the way. The splishy splashy test, as I like to call it. We should get the water deluge system firing up for this one, so that'd be fun to watch. And that's a great indicator as well. We get like some pad indications, but when the water turns on, we know we're like seconds away. So that is something to look forward to as well. Now, speaking of Starship,
it looks very clean.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, they're actually sweeping it down yesterday, literally sweeping it with brushes, and that is just cleaning it down, removing all debris, because the debris will go flying during static fire tests. It makes sense that they sweep the pad. But it does look very clean. I think a lot of us can still remember the absolute mess it was in after Boost 7's launch. It was really a big mess. And they've tidied it up and they've found a way around it with the water deluge system, which we were planning all the time apparently. There was not something they thought we need a solution to this. They were planning the water deluge system all along. And that's where they installed it for Booster 9 and it worked so well. And that's why we've turned around pretty fast to this Booster 10 and Ship 28 launch potentially happening within the next few months. So exciting times. But again, about the future, because your Rocket and Kirsten, by the way, your Rocket and Kirsten nerd, please Google Ares 1 emergency egress system roller coaster.
Oh,
because That is your dream thing. If you're into rockets and coasters, that is literally a roller coaster that was going to be on the side of the mobile launcher for Ares 1 as the emergency escape system. I wrote a story on that back in the day, and wow, they actually had Disney people working on a trade study with it. They actually had Disney people working on it. It was incredible. So yeah, you will love that if you get to see it. By the way, Ares is a stupid rocket. Okay, ask the question. When will we see Starship development launches from the Cape? Right. So we have the tower. That's built. The chopsticks are there. The legs for the orbital launch mount are there. And that's where they stopped about a year ago. They basically paused. All the concentration was on Starbase. That's fair enough. They have the orbital launch mount in Hangar M, which I believe is completed, but have not rolled it out yet to be installed on legs at 39A. I think that we should really hope to see some action early in 2024 because they need 39A tower for the HLS part. I mean, they need a lot more things for HLS, let's face it, but the flagship launches will go from KSC. I know they've reverted back. Kathy Luders was saying that Starbase is no longer what Elon described as just a test and development center. They're going to use it as a proper launch site, but I think they need 39A in the mix, so I expect in 2024. Alex, what do you think? KSC 39A, when do we start again? When do we think we'll start seeing more action on 39A's Starship Tower?
My hope is that 2024 will be the year when they come back again and they both build a second tower at Starbase and they also resume work on the one at 39A. And maybe by 2025, we have 3 launch sites for Starship. That would be massive and really, really useful for HLS because they need to get those flights going. And so that'll really, really help for them.
My biggest question.
Ooh, there we go.
Oh,
Frost.
Frostline.
Oh, hello.
My biggest question regarding that is, so they're transferring these tower sections over. Now, depending on when they decide to start the groundwork and foundation work here at Boca, what's the more priority, a second pad at Boca or the Cape pad? I know the Cape pad is a priority for the HLS contract. It is. But is it more of a priority than a second pad at Boca? Because they could, in theory, transport the OLM and Hangar M over to Boca to be used here and then just build another one in Hangar M. Or they would have to build one from scratch here at Starbase, which those take a while. Take like a year or more. Even though they've already built 2, it could take a while. But the other thing is do they? My guess is the current QD arm that's at Roberts Road is still needed for 39A because it doesn't have one yet. But does that come over to Boca too, and then they build another one there?
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see if they move all of the current hardware that's there over. We know that the arms that they built, because they built another carriage and another set of arms. So those will probably come over because 39A's tower already has them. So at least those are built. But the QD arm, there's only one of those built. So we don't know if that'll come over to Boca or if it'll stay there. It really depends on where their priority is.
One of the important things to keep in mind is that once those things get off from Roberts Road, then they have that space to be able to build more. So they also have that as another thing. Maybe we'll start seeing more towers even being built next year. Who knows?
Yeah, it's interesting because it's quite cool that we know that Roberts Road and SpaceX in general can build things at pace. It's not fair to compare it with Mobile Launcher 1, Mobile Launcher 2 for SLS because they are very complex rolling towers, literally, compared to the girders of steel that they put together for the Starship towers, but they can produce them at speed. So when they do want more towers, we're not thinking, well, in 2 years' time they might have completed the sections. They'll have the sections completed within months. So it's really going to be quite fast when they do need it. Frostline, Ship 28 is going first. I just tweeted that, by the way. Ship 28 is going first. The fun thing is, while this was happening, if you're just joining, by the way, the chopsticks were risen on the orbital launch tower, so booster 10 is still going later. It could be quite close to each other. It's a crazy thing. Obviously, Alex and Ryan will keep an eye on the orbital launch site tank farm for action. But right now, it's about Ship 28 that is going first. That is prop loading for its static fire test. We don't know if it'll be all 6 engines on that one or whatever, but we think Booster 10 will be all 33 engines, or at least attempt all 33 engines. Remember, if all 33 don't fire up on Booster 10, don't worry, because Booster 9 did not get a 33 engines full test. Start again. Booster 9 did not have all 33 engines firing up until launch, and they kept on firing all the way uphill. Thank you, Alex. I'm sure I heard Alex going to start talking then.
No,
We were just laughing.
yeah.
Oh, just laughing at me trying to get my words out. Yeah, nothing new there. Thanks again, Jeff wrote every single time, and multiple times during every single day, I've noticed. Gift Red Team membership. Thank you, Jeff. Your support is amazing. You must have an absolute family of gifted memberships in our community now. Our community is awesome, by the way. I was talking about it being on the stream. I got gifted membership. It was like rare. You didn't really see many like gifted memberships or anything like that, and it was a very big stream. And our streams, we only got like 7,000 in. Our streams look crazy. It's like a really good community where everyone's helping each other out, and I really like it. It doesn't need all that much modding either. It's very rare we get some numpty in. It's pretty much the standard. Everyone sees that everyone in chat's behaving and being great, and they kind of think, well, I don't want to stand out looking like an idiot, so everyone tends to be good, and it helps the community in general. So everyone give yourself a pat on the back right now. Every single one in chat right now, give yourself a pat on the back, because you make it a great community. RC Horseman gifted Red Sea membership. That's amazing, because RC Horseman is always in. Sephiroth Russ, I have no hope in pronouncing that correctly. Gifted 5 Red Team memberships, thank you. Ribby asks, do you believe there is a way SpaceX can fulfill their HLS contract without mastering catching the booster and shit? Here we go. The catching question. This is the fun one. Because right now we're focused on these launches, aren't we? Let's face it, we're not focused on catching the booster on the ship. Let's just take that from the HLS standpoint, when they're launching those tanker missions, those refilling missions. Do you think by then SpaceX will want to have some catches in the bag and basically have that technology ready? Or do you think that catching is just downstream now? Alex first.
That is a really interesting question, in the sense that maybe catching is not like it looks like they have a good cadence of production to be able to have perhaps all of the vehicles ready, stockpile the vehicles, and then you just launch them. They could probably do that without needing to master booster catch and reuse. I think they've been shown to do that. At least even the current production cadence seems to support that. So if they improve upon that, which I believe they will, and they're actually targeting to improve that production cadence and testing cadence, so definitely could fulfill that contract without needing to catch the booster and the ship. What they need actually is more launch pads, because the launch pads right now, they still need a bit of work. And so even if you need something like 2 weeks for the pad to be turned around, you still have that issue of, you need to launch quicker than that to be able to support HLS. I think they're targeting a launch every 6 days for HLS to be able to fill up the all of the tankers going up and everything. So I mean, to reach that 6-day turnaround time, that's probably going to be a bit harder to do. That's Falcon 9 level of turnaround time, and yeah, we'll see when Starship gets to that point. The launch pad, I mean.
Absolutely. Stufflezone, I just saw it in chat. Stufflezone goes, wait, I got a membership? Yes! This is how YouTube does things these days, which is a really good thing. It's one of the rare good things YouTube's done recently, is where members and anyone can gift a membership. And thanks to the likes of The Nozzle, who gifted Red Team membership, Sideshow Bob, who gifted Red Team membership, Bastion, who gifted Red Team membership, Tone Deaf Coyotes, gifted Red Team membership, 7th Floor, gifted Red Team membership. You see where I'm going with this? Ryan, gifted Red Team membership. Matt Hicks, gifted Red Team membership. Thanks to people like that who gifting these Red Team memberships means someone like you got a membership for a month for free. So that is where you just say thank you in chat, because they are really helping you out, and it's helping us out, and it's a really good thing. So thank you, YouTube, for designing something that actually works and is a good idea. And thank you to the community for using it, because that's what happens. You get people like Stufflezone going, what? I'm now a member? I didn't press any buttons? How did that happen? Right, questions. Mark Storser asks, speaking of commercial spaceflight, how would you need to break even to make money if we did point-to-point on Earth? Right, it is a good question, because it's a bit like the Concorde economics, where it wasn't very economical, at least to start with, because it's just so costly. The maintenance of Concorde really kind of like put it to pay. There's a long history behind Concorde and why it didn't work. And of course, there was a disaster near the end, which really was like the final blur for Concorde. But I do believe that's how it would start. It'd start with very rich people taking advantage of being able to not have to spend thousands and thousands and thousands on the fastest possible transatlantic flight from London to New York. They could do it on a Starship in 30 minutes. And that's where you'd get rich people paying well over the odds to do it. And that would basically start off the economy of scale. Economy of scale, there we go. Sorry, I'm trying to get words out again. And then maybe just basically try and build it from there. It would be like the main routes, like London to New York was the Concorde route, and that makes perfect sense that they would go for something like that. It's a big question about rockets flying and landing off the coast of a city. That's where it becomes a problem with local authorities and governments. And you've seen the problems they've had with the FAA getting things, regulatory approval done through. I think that's where point-to-point's biggest challenge will be. I think maybe uncrewed point-to-point for the military. We know there's interest there. That might be where it gets very interesting to start point-to-point off. Uncrewed, cargo, warzone, or whatever. Supply missions where they need something delivered from halfway across the world in no time at all, maybe.
Just to say, Chris, here we got engine chill going, by the way, on 28.
Been for a while, but we'll let you.
Yeah, but yeah, I was gonna let you go. But to point, I think the biggest hurdle of that would be logistics. Trying to get the propellant required, the launch sites required, the landing areas required. I think logistics on that would be a nightmare. But yeah, I don't think it'll ever happen. But you know,
I go back to Gwen Shotwell. You know, when Elon says things, you think, well, you know, half the time, you know, it might be just pushing the exaggeration a little bit. So that's Elon, but half the time he's right, which is a crazy thing. And we thought the chopsticks was a joke. I mean, I honestly thought catching things with the chopsticks, big metal chopsticks, was a joke. And look what happened. We've got the chopsticks on the side of the tower. But when Shotwell goes into a TED talk and says point-to-point will absolutely be, is absolutely a thing for SpaceX, then I get encouragement. It will probably take years longer than I would hope it would take, but as long as it's still on the table, that's where I get hope. I honestly do believe it's a massive thing. I know some people think it's hilarious that I go on about it, but I think when you look at the millions and billions and billions being put into planes that can shave off an hour of a flight time to Australia, like 20 hours to 19 hours or whatever, when you see point-to-point and its capability of what it could provide, yes, for rich people to start with, then I think it's something that really SpaceX should look into to keep on the back burner and say, well, once we've got Starship flying regularly and we've got the safety up and we're doing crewed missions all the time, we can look into this on one route and just try it out. And that's where I get my hopes. I will stop going on about point-to-point, I promise. Okay, right.
I was going to mention, because I actually shared on the back channels, that almost to the day, it's been 3 years since Elon talked about catching boosters with the chopsticks.
Wow.
It was, at least I think it was almost 3 years ago. I see December 30th, 2020. Yeah, December 30th, 2020. It is December 29th, 2023. So almost 3 years.
I
love how he talked about the grid fins taking the load.
Yeah, that was the old method.
Oh, yeah, that's right, the old method. Yeah, now they've got little pointy things on the side. Yeah, the little points. Right, a different rocket, but still SpaceX. Bloodhound, this is a question that comes up so much. Alex, you can take this with in your sleep. But Bloodhound asks, is B-1058 technically a -20 since it did in fact land on its 19th mission? So is it B-1058-20 or 1058-19? I'm going to go with 20 because it did land. What do you think, Alex?
I don't know. To be fair, I really have no idea how SpaceX considers that, because it could be argued that maybe it's 19 because since it was lost, it is no longer doing another flight, and while they do upgrade sort of that number when it lands, it is also because they expect it to fly it again, right? And so it's like if you no longer expect to fly it again, then you can argue that it's B1058-19. But yeah.
Keeping a quick eye on what we're looking at, Ship 28 is getting a nice big frost line there. So that's progressing very well. Basically, where we stand right now, Alex, I'll ask you some questions in a minute, Ryan. Alex, where do you think we are right now at the best case scenario for Ship 28 firing up?
Well, right now we are into that liquid oxygen load and also methane load, as we've seen the methane recondenser active on the suborbital tank farm. The engine chill is going. I wouldn't be able to tell you a T0, but a test within the next 30 minutes wouldn't be out of the question. Because this is sort of the same timeline that we've seen in the past few tests of Ship 28. Actually, in the past two tests, the only two tests that he has done here from the suborbital tank, from the suborbital pad, excuse me. So yeah, we are probably within 30, maybe 40 minutes at most of a static fire test of Ship 28. We hope so, at least. Maybe one of the other things that we may have to look for is, for example, the load of propellant on board of the vehicle. Maybe they stop at this level. Maybe they keep going. Maybe we don't really know. So we'll have a lot of clues, maybe, as to what else they're going to be doing. Of course, at the end of the day, it's a SpaceX, the one that is going to be able to share that information more precisely.
If it's a single engine, like S26 was, the load I think was about one ring or a little bit more than one ring of locks. So, and they're almost there. At least they're getting there. So I would kind of agree. It could be 45 minutes or so. We'll have to just wait and see on it.
Let's take this further, Ryan. Let's say they do fire up Ship 28. How long after firing Ship 28 do you think that Booster 10 will start prop loading?
Well, they still have to spin up the orbital tank farm again, because the frost receded on the lock side subcoolers. So, unless they've kept it partially chilled, which is entirely possible, because there's still a bunch of venting coming from it. It'd still probably be about 2-3 hours until they static fire the booster. If they've kept it chilled, it could be a little bit quicker than that, but they haven't done the OLM vent at all, so it's going to be kind of wait and see. It also depends on when they decide to spin it up, because they could static fire ship and then want to partially detank and then do it, or they static fire it, depress it, and start the OTF. So we'll just have to wait and see here.
I'm excited. This is an exciting day.
Yeah.
I like this. Yeah, this is great because I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, that we've had both the boost and the ship fire up on the same day before.
We had testing, but I think double static fires we haven't seen yet. I think there was once where they had a spin prime of the booster and then a static fire of the ship, and then another one that was something like a static fire of the booster and a spin prime of the ship. It had to be something like that, because I frankly don't remember two static fires.
We never had two static fires. We've had a booster 7, I think it was a 3-engine spin prime, and then a ship 24 6-engine static on, looks like August 25th, I think it was. Yeah, we had that.
There you go.
Plus we've had a single engine static of booster 7 on the same day, along with a 6-engine spin prime of S24. So yeah, they've done spin primes and statics on the same day, but they've never done two statics at the same time. So.
Yeah, that's what I was remembering, that one of them was booster spin primes, then ship static fires, and then another one that was the other way around, where the booster static fired and then the ship did a spin prime. So yeah, that was interesting, and now we're gonna have probably 2 static fires. That's gonna be awesome.
I'm happy about that. Russell Toy, these are people who are not only just asking questions, they're literally just saying thanks and actually, supporting at the same time. I find that crazy. That is really appreciated. By all means, ask a question if you want one, but I'm going to read them out anyway. Russell Toy, I just wanted to thank you all for everything. You're all great. Very informative, entertaining. Chris, thank you very much for starting NSF. That was back in 2005, by the way. I can tell you some stories about that. 2005 started the site, but the YouTube channel didn't start until about 4 years ago, and it was not a kind of like great plan for a YouTube channel. I was like, oh, now we can do a YouTube channel. Have 882,000 subscribers. We never thought that. It was literally because Mary was posting her videos on the forum as attachments and breaking our forum because like everyone was downloading them. So we said to Mary, can we put these clips on YouTube and just save the forum, please? Mary said yes. So Mary's the reason we got the channel, because literally her content, but also the fact that she agreed to put on YouTube, and then we got bigger and bigger. We got more professional editors and blah blah blah, rather than just me bandy-camming clips together, which was how it started, trust me. I'm going down a rabbit hole here, but basically that's how it is. It's magical how it's all worked. There's been no master plan behind it. It really hasn't been. There's certainly not from me. And it's just thanks to all you lot, because most of our team, in fact nearly all our team, have come from the community. And the 3 people we've lost, Michael Baylor, Chris Gebhardt, and Thomas Burkhardt, the 3 people we've lost have all gone to SpaceX. I mean, I couldn't be prouder about that. You don't want to lose people ever, but the fact that we lost 3 people to SpaceX is just huge. And that's something that fills me with pride. And they're doing great, by the way. We're keeping in touch. Thank you, Russell, for that comment. I went down a rabbit hole, but I thought it was important to note. Matt Hicks says, thank you for your coverage, for everything. Well, thank you for your support. Ultra Geek gifted a Red Team membership. Thank you. That is, again, somebody in chat has got a membership out of you from there. And Jay Wow has gifted 10 Red Team memberships. Very much appreciated. Anonymous, that's the name, gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Luna Cat gifted a Red Team membership. Brian Green says, I wish people who were members got gifted memberships. No, if it's gifted someone directly. Yeah, I know the way that YouTube has done it, I think, is where it's based on how many. I don't know if I've never seen any facts behind this, but I think YouTube bases it on the amount of time somebody who's not a member has been in our channel, looked at our videos and whatever, and then they kind of like almost like queue it up that way for when the Red Team for the gifted memberships come in. I'll find out one day how it all works, but you're right. I would like it where you could pick out people who you gifted a membership to, but YouTube has done it that way. So it's kind of random that way. Eric has gifted Red Team membership. Thank you very much for your support. Methane Man has gifted 20 Red Team memberships. That's bonkers, Methane Man, because it's certainly not the first time you've done that. It's many, many times you've done that. Now, there's a lot of new members in from you. Thank you very much. And Brian Green says, all hail Mary, Queen of Boca Chica. Absolutely. I'll make sure Mary sees that, because that is absolutely accurate as well. Right. Here's a question I don't think we can answer. Poker asks, has there been any progress on Ship V2? Alex?
I don't think we know just yet.
I haven't seen anything.
No.
We just don't know, really.
Am I right in saying that all we know about V2 is what Waylon tweeted that one time, where he says these are the last 4 V1s or something?
Yeah, that, and they scrapped several sections of Ship 33. That's really the only things we've seen so far. That's it. I mean, other than that, we just don't know. We're waiting for a section of like Ship 35 or Ship 36 or whatever is going to be V2, unless they decide to do what they did with Raptor 2, which is they restarted the SN, so it could be Ship 1 for all we know. I don't know. SpaceX, they can't name anything, so we'll have to wait and see.
Very good. Oh, James Haig says it goes on how you interact with it. It's about gifted memberships. It goes on how you interact with the stream. If you are very active within chat, the more likely you are to be gifted membership. Right, nobody starts spamming chat because it's to try and get a membership. But basically, it does work on the kind of like, you can't just turn up in a channel and get gifted membership straight away. That wouldn't make sense. So that is basically, people are doing that now. I wish I'd have read that out. But no, thank you, James. Appreciate it. A lot of people ask this question. We never know. Gibson Page says, what time is static fire supposed to be? We always go on visual indicators. Alex was rounding up then, and Ryan as well, about how the tank farm activity goes. We're looking at the frost line on ship 28 right now. It is quite good. Do we expect that frost line to go up much more? What more should we see on ship 28, Ryan? Let's start with Ryan first this time.
Well, if you go in line with what ship 26 was, they may be done or nearly done with loading locks on board. We'll just have to wait and see how much more they load, because I think it was only one ring for ship 26's single engine. So I don't. Probably just a little bit more loading, or not anymore, and we could be getting close because they have been engine chilling for a while now. So we'll just have to wait for more signs here.
Alex, any additional thoughts there?
Well, I was actually checking out the previous testing of ship 28, and for example, for the last static fire test, it took about 30 minutes from the engine chill starting to the static fire test, and engine chill started today at around 8:49 a.m. Central, so that could probably put us on a 9:20 a.m. Central time. But again, this could be a different type of test where, you know, the loading is different, the engine chill is different, so I'm putting a bit of an asterisk there to that potential 9:20 a.m. Central test time. I don't want to fully rely on that, precisely because of the potential for this to be another different kind of testing with different sorts of conditions. But we'll see.
There's some additional vents in there, aren't we, now as well?
Yep.
Would you like to describe what we've seen, Ryan?
Yeah, we got some venting coming around near the engine chill lines. You know, trying to talk challenge. Just normal venting, nothing we haven't seen before here. Could be getting close here. I'm kind of with Alex on possibly the 920 T0, or at least, you know, with an asterisk on that. So
well, it'll be 420 somewhere in the world, won't it? There we go. That's how Elon works.
It'll be here.
Always.
Yeah.
It'll be here 4:20 p.m.
The all-seeing, all-knowing Need Pizza just told me that we mentioned on the stream there was no double static fire, but Booster 7 and Ship 24 both performed a static fire test during the same closure. I will spam that link in chat to that live stream. There we go.
That is me not being able to read my spreadsheet right challenge, because I mean, but to be fair to myself on that one, there were like 47 tests done for that stack. So, you know, I'm trying to wade through all those. But it was on, let's see here, double check the date there. It was on August 9th. Booster 7 performed a single engine static, and Ship 24 performed a 6-engine static. So, you know, yeah.
There we go.
47 tests for that stack. It's kind of fun.
It's funny how the testing streams, we do so many of them, they all kind of merge into like our minds, and thanks to the spreadsheets we've got, we can keep some kind of like intelligence on it. But it's only going to get crazier, by the way. It's only going to get more intense. 2024 is going to be really a crazy year, and I can't wait, because when we see this thing, I mean, the Mega Mark Diamond, the last launch, that shocked me, and I'm not easily shocked. That shocked me how beautiful that was. Nothing prepared me for the Mega Mark Diamond on Booster 9's launch with Ship 25. But it was just like incredible to watch that launch. And I'm hopeful that we're going to have that in the bag now, where they can get the booster right, and the next thing will be about getting Ship to do its full mission objective. And it's exciting times, because the more we see that, I don't think it's something that people get bored with. I really do think it would be like a Starlink. In fact, Starlinks are still popular, to be fair, especially since SpaceX went to X on their streams. But we find there's a lot of interest in Starlink, but people can people won't stay up late at night sometimes for a Starlink launch, but with Starship, I think it'll always have that massive rocket vibe to it. So I'm really kind of like optimistic about how the interest levels will stay very high for Starship going forward. Right, so we're keeping a very close eye on Ship 28 for people just joining us. We are close to a static fire test of Ship 28, and then followed by, all indications are, a static fire test of Booster 10 not long afterwards. So it's exciting times. We're keeping a very close eye on it. Alex, please interrupt me if you see something change while I read out some more thanks. Brianna Matthews, a tip for SpaceX fixing my OCD on the 6th tank. Keep up the streams. Thank you, Brianna. Christian, become a PadRat member. Peter Thompson, many thanks to NSF and Mary. Tanker Starship question: how will the propellants be kept cryogenic once in orbit, and for how long? Right, do we want to have a go at that one? How will the propellants be kept cryogenic once in orbit, and for how long?
A lot of work.
Yeah. Don't really know how they're going to do it right now because no one's really had to deal with that before. So it'll be interesting to see how SpaceX solves the issue of boil off.
Right, I think we're getting closer and closer to a Ship 28 static fire. Sorry, I saw a question about Ship 26. It caught my eye. We'll come back to that, trust me. But we're going to keep a very close focus now on Ship 28 because we think we're close. We might get tiered siren. So that'll be a clue. Go ahead, Alex.
I was going to say that I've actually done further math because Ryan mentioned Ship 26. It could be that they're doing that same testing today on Ship 28. And so I went back and just checked out how long it took from frost appearing on Ship 26 to the static fire of Ship 26. And it was 39 minutes. Ship 28 got its frost at 8:41, I think it was. And so 39 minutes after that, that is 9:20 a.m. So both both counts the one that I did before and this one from Ship 26 both support a test at least around 9:20.
Very nice. We're keeping a very close eye on this. I'm going to quickly thank you, Russell Snodglaster, because not for the first time, a massive super chat. Thank you, Russell. That is massive. Been on this journey with you since Hopper. So excited for this double fire. You all always cover such great, good stuff. Fun and informative. Thanks, Chris, Mary, Jack, Alex, Adrian, and all the crew. Thank you, Russell. It's not the first time you've done a massive super chat like that. I recognise these names now, and it is appreciated. It really is, because we can just expand what we do and have all these fancy camera views and all this incredible technology, because it's not easy streaming from here at all. So it's a lot more than just cameras in the ground. It's literally on our land as well. We bought land with your support. It's that crazy, and I always find that hilarious. Right, Ship 28. Keeping a very close eye on this, because we might be very close.
Water.
Yeah. As soon as you see something, Alex, you can absolutely shout, even if I'm mid-sentence. Please do, because we don't want to miss this. And I don't want to be talking while I record the static fire. I don't record my own voice.
Considering we haven't seen the frost line go up in a bit, I'm thinking we're pretty close here. We'll have to watch out for that water deluge.
Just line up the tweet. There we go. Now it's the balance of not talking and talking. So people go, you lost commentary. Yeah, we'll clear the ticker as well, so we have a full view of this. And the first indications we'll get is water spraying, won't we, Alex?
Yep. That's going to be one of the first things that we're going to see here.
I don't believe we've heard a siren yet, but that is not a big deal. Sometimes we can hear them, sometimes we can't. If we do get a siren, we'll let you know.
Huh.
Oh, that's not cricket.
Oh, the birds just got scared.
Oh dear.
Oh, oh, you know what? This is like Ship 26. I was thinking depress
Yeah.
vent.
Oh
But
right,
Ship
yeah.
26 did the same thing minutes before the test.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it did.
So, yeah, so we're probably gonna get a same test as Ship 26.
How long after
Oh
this?
boy,
How long after this on Ship 26 did we get a firing?
oh.
it was within minutes. I
Right.
remember
Yeah, it was
caught
pretty
us off
close.
guard. Yeah.
Fun.
Yeah, because if this is like a deorbit burn or something or whatnot, your engines would be off at this point. So you want to depress the tank before you ignite the Raptor, which would then press the tank,
Yeah, it
repressurize the tank
happened-
again.
It happened 6 minutes before the static fire on Ship 26.
Right. So we could be
5
within
minutes, yeah.
4 minutes now, I reckon. I won't ask Patrick to put a countdown clock on because that'd be unfair.
Yeah, and as someone mentioned in the chat, which is, again, supporting 920 for the test.
Oh, there we go then.
Yeah, so we're close here. We're just waiting for that depress vent to start. I can't remember if it turned off during did the lock subcoolers on the orbital tank farm just spool up again? I think they did.
Well, we'll cover that once this test
Yeah,
is
we'll
out
cover
of the
that
way.
once this test is, but yeah. Too much happening, SpaceX.
I'm just putting a comment in chat. People will arrive thinking we're not talking that much. We always go a bit more quiet when we're close to a test. So far, no water, so we're not within seconds at least, but we think we're within minutes of a static fire test with Ship 28. As soon as the water goes on, we'll hear Alex scream.
Kind of looking at all the cameras that we have, because
Yes,
I know.
same here.
so much action going on. The nice thing is that once the water comes in, it's not going to be just instantly. There's usually like 10 or 20 seconds of grace that, to give us at least some time to shut up.
I could have kept on talking now. I could just wait for Alex to interrupt me. There we go. That's handy. Handy to know. Yeah, because we've actually got, in our communication where we're talking to you all from, we've got like a special screen where it's basically just like live production. So I know YouTube can lag by a few seconds. So luckily we've got that so we can keep a real live view on things happening. So as soon as you hear Alex shout water, you may not see it on your YouTube for a few more seconds afterwards. It's all technical. I don't understand it, but it's cool. Right, it's 9:18 local time. If they're going for the 20 past, we should be about a minute away from water. So let's see if they can do that. Remember, there's lots of mini holds. We've seen that during lots of testing where the SpaceX has live streamed it with the countdown clock, and they do lots of mini holds.
But definitely getting very close. I think I heard the ship is still venting. And we'll see.
Yeah. Remember, folks, once this happens, don't go anywhere. We've got Boost 10 to follow this.
Yeah, and they're wasting no time with that, So I'll just mention quickly here.
Oh, water.
The
Water.
I think it's water, yeah.
There we go.
And there we go. A static fire test of Ship 28. Would you like to explain what we saw there? Because I'm going to do a tweet and I need to go back and put the sound back on. So, while I am recording something for Twitter, or X you call it, Alex, what did you see observed there that you think, at least?
Yeah, it looked like a single engine test of the ship. I only saw one engine. I don't know if more were well tested.
It only looked like single engine there.
Yeah, I got really close, I guess. By just 1 minute.
Well, before...
Yeah, I saw one engine. I'm looking back, and we'll probably have replays later, but definitely looked like one engine.
Right, I've recorded the clip for Twitter.
If it is one engine and it did the same things during the countdown that we saw with Ship 26, then that means this was probably at the orbit burn test, which that's interesting for Ship 28.
It could hint to something, Alex. You know, they may not be doing the same trajectory. They may have enough confidence that they want to go to orbit with this. But we'll have to wait and see. And before the static fire, I was going to mention here is SpaceX, going full send. We have OLM venting, and we even had some venting from the chines on Booster 10. So, yeah. SpaceX is full send to next vehicle testing here.
Yeah, and definitely we'll have all of those replays. We're now pulling all of the footage and everything so that we can have those replays. But again, this is not the end of the day today, because we have Booster 10 testing. We have the OLM venting. The tank farm on the orbital pad is also going crazy. So don't go away, because we have more, and it could be 33 times what we saw today right now. So it could be even more exciting.
If you're waiting for the replays and you just can't wait and you don't want to press rewind on the stream, I'm going to spam in chat, because Nightbot does not do anything about it when I do spam, of a Bandicam clip. I just took off the stream. There we go. So if you want to quickly replay it on Twitter or X, what do you want to call it these days, there's a little clip for you of the Static Fire, but we've got replays coming soon in the stream, and then we'll move straight over to Booster 10, because we're expecting Booster 10 to be static firing with 33 engines reasonably soon later on today. So it's a fun day. It's a fun Friday. I'll go back to, we can talk now. In fact, I'll take that pinned message off, can't I? There we go. Unpin the message. There we go. We can talk again now, because we're not waiting for a static fire or any time imminently. Next will be Booster 10, we expect. Space Pony, gifted 5 red memberships. Thank you so much for your support. Matty BZ became a Padret member. MooTube says Driffield with you, Chris. Let's go. I spent many a time in Driffield, driving through Pocklington on the back streets, on those back roads. They were challenging in winter. Yeah, been to Driffield a few times before myself. Trey Forster became a Red Team member. Melissa became a Padrat member. Thank you for your support, both of you. Liz McQuaid, I hope the test goes well and that ship makes it to Hawaii when it flies. Well, we're just talking about that, what they plan for this third flight. It'd be interesting to see, because we know that one change will be the refilling test, where they do a transfer of propellant from the header tanks to the main tanks, and that's something that we've seen NASA documentation on, public documentation, saying there'll be a test of that with Ship 28, so that's something new to add to it. But as far as its final destination, whether they'll go for Hawaii Impact or go optical or whatever, it'd be interesting to see what they do. So it'll be fun to find out, hopefully in the not too distant weeks when they get close to launch. MJ Atkinson, become a Padret member, thank you. David Ferguson, how do you think they will keep ship batteries charged in orbit? Solar or some burn fuel? What do we think about what do you think they'll do with ship on orbit with the battery charging, Alex?
Maybe for the first few flights, they carry enough batteries that can just go ahead and just keep draining them. But for later flights, I can see, solar panels or maybe a fuel cell kind of thing. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Definitely lots of options because Starship is very, very big.
Imagine Beyond has definitely been watching For All Mankind, because the question is, has SpaceX announced anything about Starship for asteroid mining? No, they haven't. They haven't, no, but I know a lot of people taking a great interest in that now that it's been brought back up in that show, which is a great show, by the way. It's in season 4 now, and I don't want to do any spoilers, but asteroid mining's involved. That's not really a spoiler. It's actually in their trailers, so people will know about that anyway if they've been watching the trailers. It does bring me back to something back in the old days of Artemis, before it was Artemis, where originally they were planning to capture a small asteroid and then have an EVA out of Orion and collect some asteroid samples from the captured asteroid. But that was cancelled, changed to what is now focused on moon landings. But back before, they thought the moon landings were going to be too expensive because the Altair lander cost $10 billion. You're looking at where HLS come in now, with Blue Origin and SpaceX contracting them out. It's a lot of money, but compared to the Altair lander back in the Vision of Space Exploration, the Constellation program, that was $10 billion. And it was just like a fancy Apollo lander. It was nothing special. So for a lot less money, they're getting a lot more bang for their buck with both Blue Origin's option and also especially HLS Starship. So that's fun. Thank you to Ramius, who I was in the wrong mod for 20 channels, and some people get gifted. I see it, never see it in chat. Be a subscriber and get lucky roll, as far as I can tell. Well, we're talking about the gifted memberships there because it is kind of like YouTube's not really explained it, but it's just great that we have so many getting memberships anyway, because we have all these, like Rankley has gifted one Red Team membership there. Biff Pope has become a launch director member, which is a very high level of membership. You get everything, all the perks there, even your name at the end of Live, because that is a massive level of support. Thank you. Melissa upgraded to a Red Team member. I'm pretty sure I saw you coming as a PadRap member. You've upgraded to a Red Team member. That's great. Brian Green gifted 5 Red Team memberships. That is amazing. Adam J's become a Capcom member. You'll get access to our Discord, our NSF Discord, which is really fun. I spend most of my time in there. I'm not even exaggerating. Pop into Sports Ball, especially if American. You'll get to understand what we mean by football, as in where you kick it with a ball. Anyway, moving quickly on. Thank you very much for your support, Adam. We have in fact, our Discord's great. It's got all the rocket channels, but we've got a lot of off-topic channels as well, so it's kind of cool, and the community gets to know each other that way. We've got our NSF meetups in there as well, where we're going to start doing a lot more meetups, both in the States and the UK. So that'd be cool. Get yourself in there. You'll be able to get first heads up on when we do the next meetup. Michael Tompkinson Jr., when will they bring out Ship 28? Are they just testing the booster today? Well, there we go. You just saw today that they had Ship 28 static fire test. So that question just came in, literally just came in. So that was where you're catching up. Well, let's do a roundup then where we are. Ship 28 has gone first. That has statified first. And now we're going to focus on booster 10. Firing up, hopefully, all 33 engines. And that's where we stand now. This is happening in very quick succession. It's been a very busy day. We've had Ship 29 roll out of the High Bay, going to Mega Bay 2 for its engine installation. We've had a section for the tower arriving on a barge into Port of Brownsville. We've had Booster 12 roll out to Macy's, for its... I've done so well not calling it Macy's for a long time, and I've just basically messed it up there. To the Macy's test site for its cryoproofing. We've got Booster 10 on the orbital launch mount, ready for a static fire test. So it's all happening end of the year, when we thought things would calm down until the new year, but it's all happening crazily. So it's really kind of cool that we're into this cadence of testing that sets the stage for 2024, an exciting 2024. There will be bumps in the road. There always is with rockets. There's no routine about them yet, as much as we've seen in boost landings. Even 1058 falling over, it still landed fine. It's not like it crashed into the drone ship. It landed fine, but it was the high sea levels, and it basically just toppled over with its old design of legs, because it is an old booster. So there's a lot of things, reason why that fell over, but it still landed. It still completed its mission, and that is where you can start understanding people thinking that these things are routine. there's nothing routine about it. It's still a very hard challenge, and they will have challenges with Starship. We're all excited about 2024, but they could easily have some big challenges that delay things. But that's why they test, and that's why they're uncrewed, and that's why they've not got any payloads just yet. Eventually, they'll start launching Starlinks. I would not be. In fact, shall we go on to that? When do we think we'll start seeing Starlinks being launched on Starship? Which ship do you think? Alex first.
I think that's gonna be with V2 Starships. I don't think we're gonna see it on this generation of Starships. But speaking of this generation, we see there the vent stack, as we call it now. It was the former flare stack, and now it is the vent stack. It is venting heavily. That is usually an indication that they are detanking Ship 28, which makes sense because it looked like it was a good single-engine static fire test there. Potentially testing the same thing that they tested with Ship 26, where they did a deorbit burn test. So that is very exciting because now we also have Booster 10 going on as well. So one test on the back, right? And now we're gonna have another one coming right up. But yeah, I think that's gonna be with version 2 of a Starship. And these flights are sort of pathfinders of those when they actually go with real payloads.
Very good. Yeah, many a question about that. So if you ask a question about the payloads and Starlinks, that is basically covering all those questions there that were in chat that I saw in the panel. So I thought it was a good point to bring that up. A lot of people asking for a poll about how many engines we expect to fire up on Booster 10. The fun thing about that is we won't really know for sure until SpaceX does an X post or a tweet later on. Hopefully it'll say, static fire Booster 10, X amount of engines. And then they'll tell us how many engines fired up, because it's hard to count the engines from the camera angles we've got. It really be like internal information that they need to pass on. But I will put a poll, because I think 33 is where they'll go for it, but I'll put other options up in a poll later on, because I think Jack is going to replace me shortly and to allow me to concentrate on other things, such as putting polls up. That's a lot of venting. Is that where are we now with this, Ryan? It looks like the orbital launch mount is now starting to vent.
Yeah, so they're continuing to chill down all the lines between the tank farm and the OLM, as well as the OLM itself. We're not at waterfall vent status yet, but we're getting closer. So, I wouldn't be surprised if we're 20 minutes or so, away from a waterfall vent, or even closer. I could even, considering it looks like they kept the tank farm chilled while they tested 29. We could have prop load in 45 minutes. You know, I wouldn't be surprised at that. What about you? What do you think, Alex?
Well, I think maybe a test before 11 a.m. might be possible. I think all of the timelines could probably agree with that as we currently stand. And I mean that because the OLM event usually takes a bit under an hour. It kind of depends. And also we have a new tank farm expansion, etc., etc. Like, we have new things going on. So definitely could take either longer or less time. I remember from the last week's test, it was longer, but then again, they seem to have also troubles with that. We're also seeing there the load of the CO2 on the booster there with the chines venting and things like that. So definitely a lot of action, and it could be within an hour and a half. That test, maybe 2 hours tops, is what I think, unless they abort like last week, which I really don't think they'll do this time, because this time around they're gonna do it. I'm calling it. I did it yesterday with the doubleheader. I said it's gonna happen, and it happened. So Booster 10 is a static firing today, and it's gonna happen.
Right, I'm going to read out this question that confused me earlier, because I said Ship 26 because I saw the question go up in chat and my brain went, oh, Ship 26. Abacus Man asks, what is happening with Ship 26? Could the addition of stringers indicated Ship 26 being turned around for a full-size HLS mock-up? Interesting. What do we think? Because I thought Ship 26 would be scrapped by now, but it's still there. What do you think, Alex?
Oh boy, I really don't know. It could also be a guinea pig for some upgrades in the future. I really don't know, to be honest. It's it's far from being clear what they're doing with Ship 26. Let's put it that way.
I'll say this: the stringers are there. It looks like they've just tack welded them on. I don't think they fully welded them on yet. In the process of welding them on, though, and putting them on, they have taken the stabilizer hookup points off, so it cannot be stacked on a booster using the chopsticks right now or anymore. So there's that. And what their plans on doing with it, only SpaceX knows at this point. It's really confusing as to why they've put stringers on it. The only thing that could be possible is that it has something to do with the payload bay tester at that was at Massey's, but who even knows at this point?
I am yet to see it in a panel, but I've just seen in the top of the chat that Matt's Grossilayer has gifted 100 Red Team memberships,
Holy
which is
jumper.
absolutely bonkers. I'm waiting for the panel to catch up so I can put it on screen. But that is an incredible amount of support. Thank you, Matt. It's not the first time you've done that. I've noticed your name come up a lot of times, and usually there's a lot of members. 100 members, literally just now, have joined our channel because for free, because Matt has done it. By the way, we go on about memberships and stuff like that. All channels do, but all of you are helping this. Literally, we've got 11,500 people in right now. That's where the number. That's the biggest number, because if we had like 100 people in, and are all members, and all doing memberships, that would not be as good as 11,500 in, because that is where it becomes a lot more viable overall. And if you're in the stream, and I understand money's tight, you just literally can't just go throwing, money around on YouTube. It's just not a thing for the majority of people. Just like the stream. Just being here is helping, by the way. You don't even have to like the stream, but if you do, it's free. It takes a second to do. Like the stream. It just helps in the old YouTube algorithm overlord that basically is a big overlord of a computer sitting in some secret bunker somewhere at Google headquarters that goes, a lot of people were liking that stream. I will start recommending their content on YouTube generally. And that's how it literally works. That's literally it. It's all about the algorithm. It's kind of crazy. I don't understand it, but that is one way to help for free. So thank you to Matt and thank you to all of you. I've just seen it come up now. I can put his name into the panel where it comes up on the screen now. So that is great. Thank you so much for everyone's support. I am literally going to hand over very shortly to a very special new host that I do believe I don't be interrupting him too soon. Say Bacon if I'm not introducing you too soon, Jack. But there we go. We're going to hand over. I'm going to hand the reins over of this exciting day at Starbase, this exciting Friday. We've already had a Ship 28 static fire. We're looking forward now to a Booster 10 static fire. And you will now be under the capable hands of Jack. Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, let's do this. We just had a ship static fire. Let's see what happens with the booster. Thank you, Chris. Is Chris gone? Chris is...
Yeah, I'm going. Yeah, that's it. I was just typing. I can't multitask. I cannot type and talk at the same time. I just can't do it anymore. I'm too old and senile for it. Thank you, Jack, and thank you to everybody in chat for being with us for the last 90-odd minutes. Jack, take it away. Thank you.
Cool deal. All right, well, what's up, Alex? What's up, Ryan? Alex, go first.
Yeah, I'm doing great, Jack. Good morning, by the way. And I don't know, I'm really excited because we already had a taste of a static fire with that Ship 28 static fire test, and now we have Booster 10 preparing for that as well. I'm really excited for that.
Heck yeah, Ryan. What's your vibe? Let me get a vibe check.
I'm vibing really good here, Jack. I'm excited. I started the morning with some French toast and bacon and some coffee, and then we got a Ship 28 static fire and 33 engines. Let's do this. I'm ready to go.
Wait, you had French toast and bacon and coffee this morning?
Yes.
You didn't just look at your phone at 6 a.m. and then roll out of bed 30 minutes later?
No, I didn't do that. I woke up early, and I gotta have some good breakfast. Gotta get that
Nice.
excitement going.
I forget. Are you East Coast time?
Central time.
Central time. All right. little bit of an unfair advantage, but fine. Cool. Let's
Like, you're
let's do
Pacific
some
now.
let's do some replays and check out the different views we got of the static fire here.
Look
That
at
looks like a single engine for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, Patrick. Oh, okay. He's trying to go slowly so we can see that single engine.
Yeah, he's trying to do
Yeah.
a frame by frame. Unfortunately, it's like directly behind that pillar right there, but
Ugh,
it
yeah.
certainly looks like a single. You know, normally you can see multiple bright flashes, almost to the point of like overexposure. This looks like we've got one, but who knows? That's me speculating.
And there we go. The other replay. There you can see just one single plume. There you
Yep.
go.
Yep.
And that usually indicates one single engine. And both the countdown and also the test is very similar to the one that we saw with Ship 26, which had it was called by SpaceX at the orbit burn test, apparently. So that was interesting as well, that we got a potential repeat of that with Ship 28 and what it may imply for the third flight of a Starship. Or
I mean,
there's
I'm not
probably a
reading.
third. Well,
I'm not reading
I was
too
actually
much
gonna
into
say
it,
that.
but go ahead.
Yeah, because you're probably going to say things like, well, it could be used. It could be the case that Ship 28 was also being used as a test bed for this kind of static fire or like this kind of burn in general. And then later down the line, it's going to be when they actually go to orbit and do the deorbit burn. Like, that's totally fair. That's also not out of the question that this is just, some kind of test of Ship 28. And then we have Ship 29 on the move, of course.
Oh, hey,
That's
hi, Ship 29.
It's a fun flap setup. One
I
aft
was
flap
just
is
gonna say,
one
that
is
is a
tucked
very
in.
odd flap configuration, if I may
Yeah.
judge
Maybe that's
the
the
flap
one doing an orbital launch, an actual orbiter.
Yeah,
Could be.
that is
Could be.
Flight 4 ship right there.
So they'll
Maybe.
be moving Ship 29 most likely over to the rocket garden. Looks like that's what they're doing right now, where the engine installation stand is. And I would not be surprised if they hook this puppy up to that crane that is right there in front of Mega Bay 2, the black one. That's an LR 11,000 crane, and lift it onto the engine installation stand, which is right there next to the rocket garden. So we
Well,
could be seeing 29 headed out to get engines.
They could lift it on that. Well, the one that's at the rocket garden is an LR 1750, but
They're not both LR 11,000s?
nope.
Oh, dang.
But
weird.
anyway, they do not have the lifting jig over there. The ship 2-point lifting jig is hooked up to a bridge crane inside of the new bay, however. So they could be rolling this down Remedios and going through the backside and going into the new bay. Is where they could be rolling.
Yeah, that's a
it.
weird.
We'll have to watch and wait.
Interesting.
It's definitely a weird walk for Ship 29 to go to Mega Bay 2 instead of through the ring yard, having to go the backside pretty much.
Well, the crane is the LR 11,000
it's true.
is kind of in the way on that one, so I think they have to go through the backside.
Yeah, that is true.
Good deal. So now, with Ship 28 static fire out of the way, now all eyes are on the booster to see what we're going to get from it. Let's run through some more support here. Ryan, thank you for the support. They say, crazy to think they are so confident in orbiting that they are planning for a deorbit. I don't even know that I would frame it as they're so confident in orbiting. I think this is just another part of the testing flow, in the same way that you think about things well in advance of actually doing them. SpaceX is getting ready to do a deorbit burn and getting ready to, be capable of deorbiting a ship. It doesn't necessarily mean the next one's going to have a different profile. Doesn't necessarily mean the next one is going to actual orbit and not slightly short of orbit like the previous two have been targeting. So, yeah, it is crazy. It's crazy that to just see all of this testing play out in front of us. But if I was a betting man, I would say that Flight 3 will have essentially the same exact profile as 1 and 2. I could, again, completely speculation, but it would not surprise me if they don't change the profile until they nail it. At which point they change it.
One way they could test at the orbit burn while not actually going into orbit is going to that sort of suborbital trajectory, right?
Right.
And then fire back, and instead of landing on the Pacific, land in the Indian Ocean. So you just
that's true.
Go a little bit slower, even more slower, right? And you land in the Indian Ocean. And there's in fact, it doesn't say, because there's a document for an upcoming FCC, basically a communications permit, to put Starlink antennas on booster and ships. And this document says that document, so that communications permit in particular is for a profile where the ship is landing in the Indian Ocean, not in the Pacific Ocean. So that is interesting. It doesn't say which flight. A lot of people have been thinking, oh, it's Flight 3, it's Flight 4, but it doesn't say any flight because it's just a general permit. So it could actually be either, both, or none, right? It could be Flight 5, maybe. Who knows? But the bottom line here is that maybe they could test at the orbit burn by just, firing back, but in that suborbital trajectory. And so that way they don't risk the possibility that, that it goes into orbit and now it doesn't do the orbit burn. So it's just stuck in orbit and you have a 100-ton plus vehicle in orbit that is tumbling and coming back down at any point. That will be more of a Chinese kind of rocket than a SpaceX rocket, I think. It could be that they may be testing that way. Like, I could see that totally happening.
Yeah, that's perfectly reasonable.
Because at the end of the day, the behavior is sort of the same. You just burn through, up until SECO, but instead of being, the whole burn, it's maybe like a couple of seconds shorter. So you're almost in orbit, but not actually. And then a few minutes later, you do that sort of extra burn to brake and slow down a little bit more, just as you would at the orbit burn. Like, at least that could be a thing.
Yeah.
See a lot of people in chat asking if I have a cold. No. Also, hi, Bideford. I do not have a cold. It turns out I just got a dog. Turns out I'm allergic to dogs. or at least this one. So no, I don't have a cold. I'm just dealing with allergies. Let's move on. Steve Anno, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Wigan Creative, what's up, buddy? They say 11K watching and only 2.7 likes. Can we do better? Thank you, buddy. We appreciate it. Brian Kettles, they say thanks for the great videos and discussions. Thank you for the support. But they said thank you for the great video and discussions. But we don't need to dissect grammar here. Can you tell I woke up about an hour ago? Mike, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Chad, also thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Roland Hines, gifting a Red Team membership. And Kenneth Kenmelty, if I'm saying that right, I hope I am. Thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Excellent. All right, well, as we wait for booster action, let's jump into some viewer questions. And don't forget, if you have any viewer questions, well, I guess if you have any questions, you're all viewers. If you have any questions, just type at NASASpaceflight in chat and then your question, and we'll see your question pop up in some software we have in the background. Not really a question, but a statement from Sand saying, Ship 20 did a static fire exactly 2 years ago. I'm surprised that they're not talking about SN9, given their name. If you know, you know. But that's cool.
Dear.
That's
it's
a
also
cool
been,
little,
3 years since SN9 leaned
right.
on the... Bit more, because it was a bit earlier in December, but yeah.
Oh, man.
sand. Turns out, not great in sensitive components. MooTube, thank you for becoming a Padrat member. Centauri Launch and Research Institute, thank you for the support. They say, how big are the grid fins on Super Heavy? That's tough to say, because they're huge. And the only time I personally have ever seen them has been when a booster is rolling by. So they're, a couple hundred feet above you. Yeah, that's tough. Anyone have any insight into how big they are? Like, how many school buses or how many minivans or, you know how it works in spaceflight? We gotta have completely arbitrary.
Couple of washing machines.
Yeah, how many
maybe.
whales? Is it like half a whale? No, nothing? Alright, moving on. Sorry, I don't have a better answer for you there.
How many Miatas?
I don't.
Oh, Miatas. That's a throwback to the Strato launch streams.
yeah,
That's
I was
hilarious.
thinking about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember how big they are. They are decently big. I think they actually got smaller between B4 and some of the newer ones, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
I do remember they got thicker in like the density, not thicker in like the actual size, but the density of the grid was increased from booster 4 to booster 7, and I think it's the same on booster 9 and 10. I don't think they really have changed much.
Yeah, they changed sort of the design or the layout of the of the fins themselves, but I don't remember them changing size. But I could just have missed that. Peter, becoming a Padrat member. Thank you, buddy. Let's see. Love the Science is asking, Chris, why don't you put up a poll for Booster 10 static fire? I mean, how many engines do we expect to fire? I think he did. Yeah, there's a poll in chat right now. How many engines will fire up with Booster 10? And 33 engines is winning with 79%.
Landslide.
Right. See, chat, this is what you should be coming out and doing when we're talking, stubby nozzle versus regular nozzle. You should be coming out with a landslide victory for regular nozzle. I mean, this is excellent performance, but on a really low stakes poll. If we had, this kind of support for, say, the full size nozzle, or disliking the Southern Polar Corridor because it's bad, or for the worm logo being the best logo. I mean, if we had this kind of support, we could truly shut down Max and the East Coast gang. I'm sorry, Max. Let's do some more questions. Let's see. Stephen McGee asking, what weight of fuel do they put on board for a 33-engine static fire? Alex, I'm looking at you.
Well, for a 33-engine static fire test, we see the full liquid oxygen tank loaded, and then the methane tank is like just 2 or 3 rings at most, and also the downcomer or transfer tube and the bulkhead in between the tanks is also loaded. So they don't fully load the booster entirely, only the liquid oxygen tank. The methane is just a little bit, enough to be able to do that static fire test.
If you want to know weight, it's about a full tank of LOX, which is 2,900 metric tons. So somewhere around
plus the booster engines, the booster structure. That's probably pushing upwards, maybe 3,200, 3,300. Yeah. Because the methane is actually, I think, 700 tons or something like that, which is not a lot compared to the liquid oxygen. There's a lot of liquid oxygen, a lot more.
Oh yeah.
In terms of mass, because it's more dense than the methane. About 3 times more dense.
Makes sense. Let's see. DS Cuber is asking, do you think the reason Booster 9's flight had more engines firing up than static fire was because the systems and plumbing work work more efficiently in 100% thrust. No, that's not what I would necessarily attribute that to. I mean, after all, they don't start off launch or engine ignition at 100%. They start off at a lower percentage and then throttle up as they actually lift off. So, no, I think it just comes down to preparedness and whatever the Raptor team has done following Flight 1 to get everything sort of fixed up, and whatever the booster team has done, same. I mean, there's many differences that we've, gone over in videos about the changes between Booster 7 and Booster 9. So, a lot happened in between, and I would not necessarily just attribute that to thrust setting. Chris is posting in chat and in our back channel about one of the tanks in the Deluge farm looking like a baby hopper, which is honestly delightful. There it is. Hi, little buddy.
That steel tank right there, for anyone who's wondering, is the CO2 tank for the fire suppression system that is on board the booster. So
it's just a baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a baby hopper.
One other thing to consider for the comparison between a static fire test, and a launch is that there's different conditions for those engines to run. When you have a launch, you may be able to risk a little bit more because you know that your rocket is going to go away, right? And so maybe some conditions in which, if the booster is going to stay on the ground, you don't want to see certain Raptors going out of certain ranges, but then you can make those ranges a little bit more wider and be a bit more loose if your rocket is going away from your launch pad, and that way you cannot you don't really have that risk to your launch systems and your hardware on the ground. So I think there's probably that sort of difference. We saw that kind of thing as well with SLS, no other than SLS, which is sort of like old space and kind of thing. That also happens with the old way and the old method, where they had this green run test, and the first green run test attempt had a shutdown 1 minute into the burn because they had one of the sensors basically cut something off, and at the end of the day they figured out that it was just basically an issue with the limits that they had set for the test, and it will not happen on a launch day because on launch the requirements for those engines to run is different. And so that is also something that we should be mindful today, that if for whatever reason they don't reach 3.3 engines on today's test, that doesn't mean that Flight 3 is doomed or anything like it. It was just that for this test in particular, they have different conditions, they have different requirements, because again, you don't want your launch pad to be blown up by a rowdy Raptor, for example. If one Raptor goes off for whatever reason, like it explodes or tries to get to that point, you want to shut it down before it reaches that point, right? On a launch day, though, you have the rocket going off, so you probably are more willing to risk it. And we saw it with the first flight, where they totally risk it.
Did you really say rowdy Raptor?
Yeah, rowdy Raptor.
Solid alliteration.
Just to add here, while we're sitting and waiting for the waterfall vent to really get going, it looks like Ship 29 is turning towards the new bay. So we could have the new bay might be christened today with a new vehicle.
Nice. Yeah, I see it on SPL because it's still running there as well.
It's just, there's always something new happening in Starbase. There's always some change of procedure, or it never ceases to amaze me. There's constantly something going on, whether it's as, I don't want to say minor, I don't want to minimize it, but like whether it's a new sign or whether it's an entirely new building coming into use, or getting demolished to make way for another new building. Like it's really exceptional. Though just the pace of things in Starbase, they never let up.
like someone just said on chat, what is actually not happening? Because I think we probably end
Exactly.
by saying what is not happening.
They're not doing a cryo test at Massey's. I don't want to say that. I want to say it out loud because now they'll do a cryo test at Massey's
Yeah.
or something.
You say
They now
that,
have a
but now
vehicle there. Yeah, they have a vehicle
Exactly.
there to do one. Yeah, that's what they could.
Yeah, Booster 12 rolled out, what was it, last night, this morning? Whatever you want to designate that time of day.
And left.
So Booster 12 is at Massey's now.
And left.
All
around,
right,
like,
yeah. Kevin's
1:30
saying
in the
they're
morning.
not launching. All right,
Yeah,
yeah,
true.
they're not launching.
Okay,
Yeah.
touche, Kevin. Kevin's on point today. He's like on fire in the back channel.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Roland Hines, thank you for the support. They say, is there going to be a version 2 booster where it will have 44 Raptor engines? I'm not sure where you're getting 44 from, but I think in the same way that SpaceX will continue to iterate ship for the foreseeable future, they will also continue to iterate booster. I'm not going to speculate on naming because, as we all know,
44.
SpaceX and naming are interesting bedfellows. Let's put it that way. But no, I don't
42
expect.
engines.
How would
I don't
they
expect-
fit that many?
Yeah, I don't expect. It would have to be like a flared base or something. I think the only thing that we've ever heard in terms of number of engines changing is actually numbers of engines being reduced. Alex, is that fair to say?
Well, it will make sense, right? Because it will simplify the engine section a little bit more if they had a little bit less clutter there. And with Raptor getting more thrusty, more powerful, I guess, it definitely makes sense to perhaps maybe reduce the engine count. Not by much. You will still need the 20 engines on the outer ring, right? Because you have all of the potential connections with the OLM, things like that. But maybe instead of 13 certain engines, you could back, for example, to 9, maybe, just like Booster 4, but this time with proper Raptors, proper plumbing, and proper everything. And more powerful Raptors. Again, we're looking at a Raptor 3 maybe in the future. So with more powerful Raptors, you could probably produce the same thrust with just less engines, and that way being, I don't know, more easy to produce, because the engine section is very complex right now. If you can eliminate some plumbing here and there, that may help.
I truly think that the engine section of a super heavy booster is truly a marvel of engineering and of just manufacturing. It's from what little we know about it and what little we've seen of it up close from like photos from Mary or what have you. It's just a spider web of steel and plumbing, and I don't want to think about, because I'm not even remotely smart enough to adequately consider the engineering and mathematics and all of the consideration that had to go into building something like that, and anything that you can do to simplify it rather than increasing complexity is a good thing. I mean, that goes way back to the old Elonism of the best part is no part. Like, it's better to have fewer engines up to a point. Obviously, you want to have engine out capability, you want to have redundancy, all of that, but 29 engines on a booster would simplify things compared to 33, and that is arguably good. However, this is just me being me here. I'd be kind of bummed. I mean, in the same way that the ship's flap configuration to me looks right, and if they change it, it will look weird, at least for a period of time. I think if they change the number of engines on the booster, I'm just going to be like, oh, it's not 33 anymore. But that's, I don't know, weird human sentimental brain. Hey, the OLM vent stopped.
Yep, we are going into propellant load already.
Yeah, here we go.
I had seen
Boy,
already.
howdy.
I was talking about it in back channels while you were talking, that we had the methane subcoolers going bonkers, and yeah, that is quite amazing.
So what? We're thinking, I mean, we don't really know how quickly they'll load this, especially with all the new pumps and subcoolers. But they could conceivably have this loaded in an hour. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, we could be an hour away from a static fire. We're just gonna have to wait and see with all the new stuff for the OLM, for the whole tank farm.
Can I just underscore that it is 10 a.m. local? I mean, specifically it's 10:04, but wow. I mean, what a start to the day. It's not like the olden days where we would get an overpressure notice and then sit around live for 6 hours hoping that they'd static fire a ship only for them to abort 2 or 3 times. But
Yeah.
okay, I'm being yelled at by Trevor in our back channel because he's like, don't curse it. Trevor, didn't you say you were gonna go to sleep and then I yelled at you because you get to sleep? Like, go to sleep. Let's see here.
But yeah.
So go
Someone
ahead,
said,
Alex.
actually, was asking, how do you know propellant load hasn't started? Well, based on prior on prior attempts and all the previous experience, we know that when they do the OLM vent, that is chilling down the pipes to the booster, right? And so when it stops, that means something is flowing through it instead of being dumped overboard. So in this case, in the case of the OLM vent, that is liquid oxygen, and we can know whether there's methane being pumped because you can see there's a lot of venting from when it says window runs from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Right above that, you see a lot of venting from those subcoolers. Those are the methane subcoolers. They vent a lot in this way when they start loading methane onto the booster. So just those two things, the OLM vent stopping, that means liquid oxygen load is underway, and these methane subcoolers going bonkers like now, that indicates methane load is underway. So we know now that both methane and liquid oxygen are being loaded, but now I've been installing a little bit. We're starting to see that frost coming on the liquid oxygen tank of booster 10, and soon after that we're going to see frost on the liquid methane tank of booster 10 as well. So we have seen this sort of pattern multiple times in the past, so that's why we can know where we are in the process.
I can't decide which I like more. The times where we're learning the new flow and have no idea what's going on and we get surprised with things and it's sort of fun in that way, or the times where we actually start to refine our understanding of the testing flow and can accurately guess or predict, I should say, certain things. That's always fun. But you think we'll see frost on the methane tank? Because sometimes you do for a static fire, sometimes you don't. And I do see frost on the LOX tank right now.
Yeah, they're going fast here. Well, with regards to the methane tank, I mean the aborted test last time they already had like 2 rings worth of methane, and when it comes to a full 33 engine static fire, they do fill up on the methane tank. If it's a spin prime, you usually won't see it, but for static fires, they definitely start filling it.
Yeah, it's for spin primes where we see just a little bit of liquid oxygen and no frost on the methane tank, and that is not because they don't load methane, it's just because they only load the transfer tube and also the common dome. So we don't see the frost line rising to the point of actually seeing that, but we hope at least today we're gonna see that frost on the methane tank, because that means it is gonna be a 33 engine static fire.
Fingers crossed. Well, I mean, it would really be remarkable to see a simulated deorbit burn with the next flight ship, if that's indeed what that was. Certainly seemed like it with that depress vent and all. Followed rapidly by a all-up 33 engine static fire on the booster. Ideally, with all 33 engines firing up and functioning properly, because that's not something we've seen with a booster static fire yet. All right. I'm sorry if I probably sound honestly horrible, so sorry. I guess not in advance, but sorry, chat, if I sound like I'm dying. I'm just sitting over here with a stuffy nose because of a dog that's constantly licking my face. Can you please chill? She has no chill. Justin Glenn, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Ken, thank you for the store purchases. They say, hey, Joe A., little something to go in your office. Yes, I know it's late for your birthday. and for Morgan to remember our trip to BC. Happy birthday, Bob. But he put his name as Ken. Okay, either way, you got your shout out. Thank you for grabbing stuff from the store. What else did they get? I have no idea what I just read. I feel like it's a coded message. Someone has a one-time pad somewhere and is like figuring out that they need to. I don't even know anymore. Thank you for the store purchases, Ken. Bideford, hey Bideford. Thank you for the generous tip. They say, what better way to end 2023 than with a double Starbase static fire today? Keep all NSF hosts and fans safe over the holidays. Thank you so much, Bideford. I don't know how y'all do it. Bideford especially, Bob Hobb, all of the people who really come out and support with the super generous amounts. It's just outstanding. Thank you so much. And in the spirit of Bideford's message, I will echo my high school principal and say, make good decisions as we are in the New Year's days this holiday. Markinson, ow! Please don't bite me. Markinson, thank you for the super chat. They say, what do you think? What percentage of the Starship's maximum fuel capacity can the tanker bring into orbit? Is it enough for Starship to fly to the moon, land, and back to Earth, and re-entry? Okay, well, first off, the second part of it. Let's address that. The lunar lander Starship does not get back from the moon without a refueling. Like, it can take off from the moon and enter lunar orbit, but can't make it back to Earth without being refueled further. I think at that point you just hop on an Orion at the gateway and then take the Orion home. But
yeah,
this first part, what do we think? Ryan, I'll go with you first. What percentage of Starship's fuel capacity do we hope or think the tanker will bring into orbit? I mean, the more per launch, the better. So it's not like, 18 launches to fill a vehicle headed to the moon or Mars. If it's more like 6 or 8, that's much more reasonable. But what do you think?
The real question is going to be is what is the tanker version going to look like? Like, are we talking extended tanks, like 9 RVACs, which would help them put even more into orbit? Let's see here. Trying to think here, because it depends on how stretched the ship is how much they actually put in.
Yeah, that makes sense. This frost on the booster is really rising fast. Let's keep our eyes now on that methane tank, because we could see frost on it here momentarily. Alex, what are you thinking right now, buddy?
Well, we are about 10 minutes into the propellant load, and we're seeing already maybe 3-4 rings of the liquid oxygen tank loaded. That's quite awesome, because I don't think that was the same pace that we saw the last time. That would be that would mean the liquid oxygen tank gets loaded in less than 1 hour.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking here. Is, do you think what we're seeing right now is a faster load due to all of the tank farm upgrades that they've been doing? Are we actually seeing that before our eyes, or am I just getting hyper?
Well, it could be that we are being deceived. That could also be the case. But again, they, as you mentioned, they have added new pumps. They also have new subcoolers. I don't know. It definitely looks it is faster. And I will probably need to go through and actually do the calculations and, with the spreadsheets and everything. But definitely could be the case, yeah.
I'm looking forward to when this test is over and we're able to sort of compare notes and data and whatnot. Ryan, what do you think? Is this placebo? Is this visual placebo, or are we seeing a faster load?
Visual placebo.
Visual placebo. That's a fun way to put it.
But it's a really nice concept. It goes straight to the point.
Yeah, it is straight to the point. They could be loading a little bit faster. It definitely appears that way. You'd have to kind of go back and see if it is rising faster compared to past tests. But as of right now, we're just gonna have to wait and see if they may not do a faster load until they will like do a wet dress rehearsal on this stack. They may wait till then to like use the full capability of the new tank farm. But yeah, we'll just have to wait and see on that. As of right now, I think they're just kind of using. It might be a little bit faster, but not insanely faster.
All right. Well, we'll just have to do a side-by-side or something once this test is over and sort of take a look at the data rather than, I don't know, speculating wildly as I and we are so fond
I'm
of
taking
doing.
notes, so if that's of any use.
What's the most recent thing you wrote in your notes?
Right now, when the OLM event stopped, which was 10:03 a.m. Central, so about 12 minutes ago.
What's the thing above
That's-
that?
About that, what?
Like, what's the thing above that in your notes? What's the previous entry?
Oh no, this is just for booster 10. So right now, I'm only
That's
on
it.
that. By the way, speaking of top, we're seeing frost on the methane tank, so that I will say that is another indication that we're going for 33 today.
Yeah, I would say that's a good indication here. What is odd though is if you remember, Alex, from the test last week, they had already had like a whole ring of methane, or like 2 rings of methane by this point, by this LOX load point. So they kind of changed it up again, which is kind of odd.
Yeah, it's probably as a reaction, I guess, or sort of like as a result of what happened. Maybe that they changed things here and there, changed the timings. That would not be out of the question, because if they had issues, or even the other way around, maybe they had issues back then, but now they don't have issues, and so that's why they're going differently this time, because now they're actually going properly with a countdown instead of being a bit wonky.
Yeah, that makes sense. Patrick, with the store purchase, they say watching from Isla Blanca Park. Excellent. They got a Static Fire 33 engine shirt. Hopefully that's a good sign that we see 33 engines on the booster.
Like, I mean, you know, we're all sitting here excited watching this happen, but we also have to realize how crazy SpaceX is right now. Like, it's still only been like a month and a half or less than that from Flight 2, and here they've already performed a spin prime and 2 static fires on Ship 28, and they could have a full 33 engines done on booster 10 here. Like, it's kind of insane the pace that they're going at.
Yeah, to fire a ship and a booster in the same day, while also moving a booster and a ship in the same day,
Yeah.
is really a flex. Like, to me, that's almost the craziest part, is the fact that they're moving booster 12 and ship 29. Like, production does not stop for testing unless it absolutely has to. So it's really cool.
To recap for everyone, at like 1:30 in the morning or so, local, they started to move booster 12 over to Massey's for cryoproof and structural load testing with the thrust puck simulator. And then they went right into testing pretty quickly with closing the road. They static fired looks like single engine on Ship 28. They are prop loading booster 10 for probably a 33 engine static fire. Oh, and they have moved 29 out of the high bay and back around to stage to go into the new bay for engine install. Oh, I forgot to add too. A barge arrived with 2 new tanks plus a tower section for the second tower at Boca. So tons of exciting things happening at Starbase today.
Talking while muted. Yeah, an insane amount of things. It's just truly great to see. This is not what you see, at least outwardly visibly, from other space companies in the same way, that we just get to sit with a front row seat in Starbase and watch all of this stuff unfold day by day. It's so fun.
As someone mentioned in chat, this is all after a double header with Falcon Heavy and Falcon 9.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
this is maximum flex.
Yes,
It's the same
that is
company,
that is an
like,
extremely good point. That is an extremely good point. Yeah, double header, Falcon Heavy, and a Falcon 9, both from the East Coast. And it's not even like a East Coast West Coast doubleheader. Both from the East Coast, followed by just insane Starbase activity.
in 24 hours. Like,
It really just shows that SpaceX is firing on all cylinders, each of its divisions. I mean, even the Starlink division. There's a Vandy Starlink launch coming up that is the first direct-to-cell flight. That I think SpaceX tweeted that.
Yeah.
And that's remarkable to me as well, just because often when you hear about, you know, a new piece of technology or a new hardware coming out, that stuff gets delayed, especially in the satellite or rocket world. But the fact that when they announced direct to cell, this is the time frame they said that was going to start happening, and here we are, and it's just each division of the company firing on all cylinders. So
Hopefully
great to see.
the cylinder the
The
fire today
only-
is booster 10.
The only
Nice.
thing that's been quiet today has been McGregor. Like,
Oh yeah.
All right, well, I'll put McGregor Live up on another screen as like a good omen.
Just in case.
is the case.
Good deal. Frost on the methane tank. What do you think, Alex? Is that about a ring worth of frost?
Yeah, the methane tank is getting a healthy load of methane there. And we expect it to be about 2, maybe 3 rings tops. That is sort of the usual load that they have for booster static fires, at least for 33 engines. And then the liquid oxygen will start rising, will continue rising, excuse me. And we can see there that it's maybe 40% all the way up, like 40% of the whole tank is already loaded. And
Yeah, they're going
so
fast.
that is, yeah, they're going fast because it's been less than 20 minutes and they're already almost halfway through the liquid oxygen tank. So maybe, you know, they're using those new pumps. I think I remember from last static fires, it might have been about an hour from the start of propellant load all the way to a basically to a full tank. So if
Right.
it's 40 minutes instead, then that's faster because it will be, instead of 60 minutes, it's 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And then during
and-
launch day, because
Go ahead.
I was going to add that during launch day, it is 97 minutes because they're also loading the ship. And the thing with loading both vehicles is that they don't have separate pumps. Like the same pumps load both the booster and the ship. So when you start loading the ship as well, the rate at which the booster is being loaded, it's decreased. And so it takes about 97 minutes with the old tank farm. Maybe with this new one, if it is, maybe 20% faster or something like that, or a third faster, maybe that means instead of being 90 minutes, it is 1 hour for the whole rocket. So that will be very, very interesting and helpful as well, so that we don't have to wait a lot for a launch.
That would be really cool. Speaking of really cool, Frost continuing to rise on Booster 10.
Almost to the top of the chimes here.
Let's see here. Nominal Joe, thank you for the support. They say, where does their fuel come from and how can they ramp it up to be able to support the hypothetical launch cadence Elon talks about? This is a fantastic question that I have wondered aloud about many times. Right now, all of the fuel and oxidizer are trucked in, as well as nitrogen and helium, and water for that matter. And that, at some point, is a, when it comes down to it, a limiting factor. It takes hundreds of tanker trucks, hundreds of 18-wheeler tanker trucks to fill up one Starship. So when you get to the point of having a second tower out there and, ostensibly a second orbital tank farm, or at least a much larger one than we even see now. How do you keep that fueled up? I mean, a pipeline of some kind? I mean, that it makes sense why SpaceX was looking into producing these commodities on site, or at least some of them. But that is no more. So one thing I have, like, you know, sort of pie in the sky dreamt about. Can you not bark right now, please? Thank you. It's like I'm the most LA person ever, like talking to a dog that can't understand me, like, no barking, please. Anyways, one thing I've speculated aloud about is some sort of natural gas or methane terminal involving the ship channel and a pipeline, or an offshore like loading point where a tanker ship can just pull up off the coast and connect to a pipeline that goes to Starbase. It's like, who knows? None of this has even been seen in planning documents. This is all just pie in the sky.
Yeah.
You know, wondering about the future logistics of this place and of this particular aspect of the program. But it's something certainly to consider. I mean, Ryan, what do you think? What is the alternative to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of 18-wheeler tankers going down Highway 4 every single day? Is there even one? Is that alternative called Kennedy Space Center?
Well, the other thing with Kennedy they could do, same thing as they could probably do with Boca, is they would probably have to have like a pipeline offshore to where large like LNG tanker ships hook up to and load up to like large vertical tanks. Like, the one thing I've always thought about that Starship would need is, if anyone has seen pictures of the really big like the LNG storage tanks, like the really, really big ones, I always figured SpaceX would need like LOX, LN2, and CH4 versions of those.
Yeah.
Just because if they really want to launch several times a day, like that's, you're talking, what, 5,000 metric tons of propellant per launch? Or more if you stretch ship, once they start stretching ship, like, that is a ton of fuel that they're gonna have to use, and I don't know where they're gonna store it right now. Like
5,000 tons, in fact.
Yeah, like I don't know
It's
what their
a lot.
plan is. I don't know what their plan is, just because, like, say they want to launch even 5 times in one day. You're talking 25,000 tons, bare minimum, and that's not counting for recycles or boil off. So you're probably talking about storing like 30,000 tons of propellant. Where are you gonna do that?
Yeah, it's certainly a conundrum when the problem or the technical hurdle for your rocket program is not the groundbreaking world's largest, most powerful rocket of all time or a lunar lander, but the logistics of how do we get enough propellant on site? Where do we store it? It's just interesting to think about. Alex, do you have any thoughts as we continue to watch this frost on Booster 10 rise?
Well, I think as Ryan was mentioning, that we'll probably have to see a lot of expansion to get their own to have their own sort of pipeline and things like that. That's gonna take a while until they get to that point. But again,
that's
they
the other
have
thing is
big plans.
pipelines take a long time to get authorized. If that is
It's
in
not
fact
like you have
even
some
plausible route.
Yeah, it's not like you have some pipeline seeds and you water them and suddenly they grow.
Right.
No,
right.
you gotta do work. You gotta do a lot of work.
And it's not like something internal to SpaceX that they're doing on their own property. It would involve, state land. It would involve regulatory agencies. It would involve bureaucracy. Certainly environmental pushback. So pipelines take a long time. It's like they don't move at the pace of the Starship program. So is that even viable? Cool. Let's do some more questions. It's a really good question from Nominal Joe. Good question, buddy. Andrew, thank you for the support. 10 curly L's there. They say greetings from the UK. My Wi-Fi is struggling here, so much so that a drone that flew by had a contrail of pixels on it. Here's some cash. Happy New Year. I'm sorry your Wi-Fi is not great. Maybe, hopefully, soon you can get a better connection with Starlink, although I guess that's not necessarily Wi-Fi. I'm blaming your ISP, just arbitrarily. Dean Brilhart, thank you for the support. They say, could you update us on the FAA investigation? Unfortunately, Dean, we're not the FAA. So until we hear anything, really, no. There has not been any updates, unfortunately. Sorry, buddy. Charles Denny? Good old Chuck Denny, becoming a Pad Rat member. Thank you, sir. Billy the Blade Malcolm. What a cool name. Thank you for the support. They say, due to possible splashing, why do they use liquid rather than compressed gases? What? What is splashing?
I don't know.
No idea.
Well, I mean, compressed gases, let's just say you wouldn't even light, Raptor wouldn't even light with that, and you'd run out of fuel pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Even if you did.
Yeah.
You need... I mean, compressed gases is still a liquid. Because when you compress the gas, you're basically making it a liquid.
Yeah.
You can even hear the liquid moving inside of the bottle. Because I have, for example, bottles of butane and things like that for heating and things like that. And it's compressed gas. It's a liquid, basically, because they turn into a liquid, so it's able to do that. The problem is the moment you release that pressure, like you do when you open the pre-valve on the Raptor and flow it through the Raptor, it turns into a gas, because it turns into, it just basically goes into a lower pressure, and so it turns into a gas. And it's like the Raptor needs a liquid inlet, and then the liquid turns into a gas inside of the Raptor. Like that's the whole thing. That's why they have it that way. And also there's a lot of other implications, like cooling the engine. It's better if you just have a cryogenic liquid and that is cold, and you just basically flow it through the engine and have it basically taking away all of the heat that is very neat. And I don't know, like there's a lot of implications there. It's not that straightforward.
Yeah, and we did see potentially sloshing causing issues on Flight 2. So it's certainly something that'll have to be thought about. But you just don't use compressed gases for a rocket. That's just not. You need the density of it. That's the whole point of supercooling the fuels in Falcon 9 and in Starship. Yeah. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. MJ Atkinson, thank you for the support. They say it comes from the Methalox cows. I guess technically cows are Methalox if you think about it. Yeah. Nominal Joe, thanks for becoming a Pad Rat member. Gareth Cole also becoming a Pad Rat member. And Anthony Frank Gomez of the Rocket Ranch, thank you so much, buddy, for the support. They say, looks like I owe Jack $20. We did have a bet about today. They say, thanks for all your work, y'all. It's been a busy day, but starting to feel like it may be the new norm. Watching live from the Rocket Ranch Outpost. Love you all. You're the best, buddy. Thank you so much for all the help and for being an awesome human and for doing everything you do for Rocket Ranch. You do not have to pay me the $20. It was more like making a point, like, I bet $20. I keep your money. Make a nice dinner for the folks at the ranch. Cool, let's do some more questions as we continue to watch the frost rise, but let's really quickly, those that may have just joined, do a bit of a recap. This morning, very early, Booster 12 was moved to Massey's for cryo testing. Right now, Ship 29 is sort of being moved into the new Mega Bay for question mark. And, of course, this morning we've already had a single-engine static fire, or what appeared to be one anyway. No official confirmation on that yet. With Ship 28. Sort of a mirror image of what we saw with the Ship 26 simulated deorbit burn test. Alex, is that fair to say?
Yeah, it kind of looked like it. I mean, there's three potential implications, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, that It could be that Ship 28 is actually going to orbit and then do it at the orbit burn. It could be that they're doing a test on Ship 28, but it's actually going to be a future ship that is going to be going into orbit and just using Ship 28 to gather more data about it with an updated version of a Starship, because it's a bit different from Ship 26. It includes a bit more upgrades. And then the third option is that Ship 28 will indeed do a deorbit burn sort of thing, but it's actually going to be on a suborbital trajectory, and it'll just land a bit shorter. Instead of landing on the Pacific Ocean, it may land on the Indian Ocean. So there's 3 possibilities there that could be plausible, and I'm thinking that it could be either of those 3. I wouldn't strictly say that it is exactly one of them, as with the data that we have right now, at least. Definitely waiting for SpaceX to say anything.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see. Dirk, shoot. Thank you for the question. They say, is it just me, or does it suddenly feel like IFT3 is close? That's kind of the funny thing. IFT3 has never felt far away to me. For whatever reason, Flight 2, maybe just because it went well, it just felt like, okay, maybe it was all the hardware sitting around, ready to go. All that also sort of contributed to that feeling, but yes, it really does. I don't think it's just you, Dirk. It does feel that way. Ryan, you think it... Would you agree?
Well, yeah, testing-wise, it definitely feels really close. The other half of it, which is regulatory, or just in general, the mishap investigation, we haven't heard anything from SpaceX or the FAA on it, so we don't really know its process, because SpaceX has to do their own investigation. They have to come up with all the things that went wrong, or find all the things that went wrong, come up with the corrective actions. They have to give it to SpaceX, the FAA, I mean. And then the FAA basically has to look at it and go, okay, yeah, we approve of these, this is what you've done, and then kind of sign off on a safety review, and then they can do a new license. So we're kind of waiting at this point on SpaceX and the FAA to finish that up, and it'll feel a lot closer once we hear something new, but testing-wise, yeah, it feels pretty close.
Heck yes. You love to hear it.
Speaking of being very close, you can see there the liquid oxygen tank is almost fully loaded there. It's maybe like 75% of the way.
Excellent.
That's a really fast pace, because it's been 33 minutes since they started loading the liquid oxygen. So that's really fast.
Awesome. All right, well, at this point, I think, Ryan, we will bid you adieu. Thank you for joining us on the broadcast this morning.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. It's nice to hang out with you and Alex and Chris B earlier, and you can all welcome Trevor to replace me.
Indeed. Thanks again, and as you said, we have Trevor Sesnick joining us. Trevor, how you doing?
We're doing great. I'm happy that I can now say all of my comments to you on stream, since I've been having fun in the back channel.
Oh, God. Oh, God. What have we done? But how are you feeling, Trevor, given the events of this morning? What is your reaction? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I woke up probably about an hour ago now. It was
can I interrupt just real quick? We have Siren from Mary.
Good interruption. But yeah, I was pretty blown away that... Yeah, I was pretty blown away that we already had a static fire done by the time I woke up. And then all of the other stuff that SpaceX has been doing, it's just the SpaceX steamroller never stops.
And now we have the 10-minute siren too, so looks like in the next 10 minutes we should get a static fire of some number of engines on Booster 10 here. Just a few hours after getting a static fire with a ship. I mean, not even really. When was the static fire of the ship, Alex?
I think it was at 9 something, 9:20. I had guessed. It was actually 9:19, but I was close. For this one, I was actually saying in the back channels, I think it's gonna be 10:50 or thereabouts, and then Mary said siren, and I'm like, oh well, there you go.
Excellent.
So,
Well,
yeah.
all right. Well, all eyes are now on Booster 10, specifically its aft end, so that we can see these Raptors fire up. Super exciting.
The good thing
Thank
with
you, Mary,
booster
for
testing.
for that.
Oh, definitely. That was really helpful. Because otherwise we will have had to rely on my dumb predicting. I guess it's not really that dumb because I actually got right the ship one, and the booster I got close, I guess.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Anyways, I was saying that the good thing with the boosters is that we have a lot more preparation to get ready for the static fire, because we see the sort of Mr. kind of thing, the detonation suppression system, whatever it's called, right? That is about 25 seconds more or less before the fire, and then we see the deluge system come online about 5 to 10 seconds before the fire. So that's some notice time at least.
Yeah, I mean, when we see the Fire X start, when we see the Deluge start, it's like, we'll know what's going on. Speaking of the Deluge, do we know that it will be used, or do we just suspect that it will be used?
Yeah, we were pretty confident it will be used. Since we have a siren and the overpressure notice, we know that this is going to be at least a static fire attempt. And for a static fire, they want to protect the OLM as much as possible, so therefore, their deluge plate will be used.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Elijah Crockett, thank you for the super chat. They say, just want to say hi from Maine, and thank you all for what you do to keep us all updated. Absolutely. Thank you, Elijah, and thank you once again to everybody who's been coming out with the support on this stream. It really makes it possible for us to do what we do. We absolutely run on y'all's support, so thank you so much for the kind words. We love what we do, and we get to do it because y'all are the best. Speaking of the best, Jerwa also coming out with a super chat. Thank you, Jerwa, so much. One of the OGs, dare I say. They say, Mary equals greatest of all time. That is all. No arguments here. Thank you, Jerwa. Okay, Siren, when was that? What time? It was like a few minutes ago? Do we have an exact time?
It was 10:37.
10:37.
Yeah.
10:37. So, about, what, 5 minutes to go?
Yeah, but
there we go.
always...
OLM vent is back. That means they have loaded all the liquid oxygen now.
Yeah, so I think the vents are the better indication at this point. As we've seen in the past, the siren can be not used at all, or it can be like up to 20 minutes. So it's not the best indicator, but at least it's an indicator that they're still go.
And then they also have the T-minus 40-second hold, which is always a bit of a pain because it can mess up with the predictions.
Yeah.
Yeah, that hold
there.
that hold point is definitely tricky.
You know,
I'm like, I don't want to look away at my other screen to look at questions or any, like I want to keep my eyes planted on this booster. What were you gonna say, Alex?
Because we're seeing this OLM vent back less than 40 minutes after they started propellant load, or I guess liquid oxygen load on the booster. That's less than 40 minutes to load the liquid oxygen tank. That is amazing.
So we did indeed see a faster load. Is that what you're telling me?
I mean, I swear I remember it was something like 60 minutes for the previous 33 engine static fires. So that will be maybe 2/3 of the time, so a third faster, I guess. Which will mean if it's 90 for the full rocket, maybe it is about an hour for the full rocket now. I don't know. Maybe we'll see.
Yeah, that's quite remarkable if that does prove out.
That's approaching Falcon Heavy fuel time, or already quicker than Falcon Heavy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy when you consider the massive size difference between the two vehicles and the massive amount of propellant, that additional propellant that Starship has over Falcon Heavy. That's truly insane.
Yeah.
All right. Could be moments or just minutes away from a static fire of Booster 10 here in Starbase. Keeping our eyes peeled to see indications that is imminent, including but not limited to the FireX and the Deluge system firing up. This is exciting. This is super exciting.
You know, right as I was joining stream, you guys were talking about how Flight 3 never really felt far away. And it's just truly remarkable that, you know, if all goes well today, they could be, from a technical standpoint, almost ready to fly by the end of the year. Of course, there's still the regulatory side and the final mating and the wet dress rehearsal and all of that, so there's still work to do, but it's remarkable how smoothly so far they've flown through this, knock on wood.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, for someone who was yelling at me in the back channel about not cursing it, way to go.
Yeah, I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry.
Oh, but it really is a point worth making and worth underlining, because it really shows, you know, yes, Starship is going to have to launch a lot before we get to a lunar lander, and it's going to have to go through a lot more iterations, and there's going to have to be a lot more testing to come in order to prove out things. Was that the Deluge farm coming up?
I heard the vent.
I heard the vent too. But yes, anyways, long rambling point about Starship's going to have to fly a lot and test a lot, so it's great to see them
Here we go.
in this posture.
FireX?
Let's listen. Wow. Was that... Did the Deluge go off? I couldn't tell.
I didn't see it.
I think it did, but it maybe not right at ignition? That was tough to see. Wow.
I mean, the pad looks to be in good shape.
Okay, Deluge definitely went off.
Yeah. You can tell just by the condition the pad's in, that would be way more toasty if Deluge didn't fire.
Yeah, it went off. It was just a bit weird.
It still roasted the fence. It definitely roasted the fence again. R.I.P. fence. You will be remembered. What do we think? That looked like a lot of Raptors, and we do have some replays in work, so stay tuned, and we will go through each individual camera view and take a look at what we can discern. But initial reactions. Trevor, go. Oh no, Alex, go ahead. Initial reactions.
Yeah, it was just one of the cameras was just a bit delayed, so we didn't see it, but we saw it on the other one.
Yeah,
it had the Deluge. It looked good.
I need to go back and estimate duration on that, because that certainly seemed pretty similar to the duration of the 33 engine static fire that we saw in Booster 7, which would highlight that it's, you know, probably at least didn't abort, which is a good start.
Yeah, I would agree. It seemed like a nice, healthy, long burn. Now we wait for a tweet from SpaceX to give us some more information. But that looked pretty dang good. It seemed like a lot of Raptors. I'm not going to guess a number yet. But stand by. We will get replays here.
Seemed like a 33 engine attempt. As to whether all 33 ignited, I have no idea.
Right. Now we've got some venting happening. standing by for the replays. And I do want to thank Moldy Space. Moldy, you're the best, for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. If you got a membership from Moldy or anybody else, be sure to thank them. Sips, thank you for the support. They say, do you think Ariane 6 or Vulcan will launch first? Vulcan. Trevor?
If it's not Vulcan, then ULA's run into some big problems.
Yeah.
Ariane 6 is
TechRam.
probably 2025 at this point, is my understanding.
Yeah, that makes sense. TechRan, thank you for the support. They say, I shall smoke a brisket in honor of this event. Nice. Brian Green, thank you for the support. They say, hit that like button, peeps. And Ralph Chilton, thank you for the support. They say, thanks for the marathon commentary. And to an amazing year. Best to all. Hashtag Stubby Gang. There, I said it. Thank you for the support, Ralph. Wow, so a really fast prop load on the booster. A nice long static fire. And all after a static fire on the ship and moving a booster in a ship around the production site. Just absolutely outstanding work from SpaceX here today. And let's stand by. We're going to have some replays so we can take a look at all of the different angles and sort of see if there's any additional info we can discern.
Yeah,
but yeah,
I
certainly seemed like that faster load is a direct result of all the mods they've made to the tank farm.
Yeah, and one of the things that we're going to see here in the replays real quick is that it looked to be about 10 seconds long, which is interesting, and definitely something that you know, it's not something that we've seen in the past.
Yeah, Booster 7's static fires were closer to 6 or 7 seconds, correct?
Yeah, because and I took that not only just from different camera angles, but also from the audio. That's one of the things that we do, for example, for McGregor. We basically either take it through the audio or visual inputs, whatever it's best. Here, in this case, I actually listen to it and then scroll back, and I basically use SBL. And so I took all of those inputs to be able to gather that it's 10 seconds, and we're definitely going to have that replay. I know Patrick is getting it almost here.
Yeah, let's take a look at these replays. Do we have the replays yet, Patrick?
We're going to have them real quick, but yeah. In the meantime, I will probably hit the question about it was really fast. Like just 50 minutes ago, we're starting to see propellant load on the booster. And they have already done a static fire test 5 minutes ago. Like, it took about 40 minutes or so to load the liquid oxygen tank. Again, the full rocket will take a little bit longer because they share the same pumps for the ship as well. But it bodes well because in previous tests, it's been about 60 minutes for the booster to get loaded with propellants. For this one, it seemed to be about 40 minutes, which is, I guess it's 1/3 faster, 2/3 of the duration. It's a bit complicated because it's, yeah. But overall, that means that the tank farm is now healthy as well. Not only the booster did that static fire test, but also the tank farm. I guess it can be said that it has been validated with these tests as well, because they had a bit of an issue in the last test. So that's good.
Yeah, and another thing with these pumps, we believe that detanking will be quicker as well. We'll obviously have to wait around and see, but this whole process could just be streamlined from the tests we've seen in the past.
Mm-hmm.
It really just goes to show, you know, some of us have spent years watching all of the testing down here in Starbase, and we've really gone from the absolute fundamentals from the very beginning, from popping weird shaped test tanks and aborting static fire attempts multiple days in a row, like, to really, the cleanliness of today's testing is really remarkable. I mean, static fire with ship 28, bing bang boom. Static fire with booster 10, bing bang boom. Oh, and also we're gonna move around booster 12 and ship 29. Oh, and also yesterday we launched a Falcon Heavy and a Falcon 9. Just
And they landed.
utterly remarkable. All right, let's thank some more people as we wait for these replays to come in. Brian Green, thank you for that. They say hit the like button, peeps. Ralph Chilton, thank you for the support. I read that one. That was the Stubby Gang one. Stubby Nozzle bad. I will die on this hill. Logan Turkowski, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Ty Shh, I think is how I'm supposed to say that. Gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you. Maybe it's Tish. I'm going to go with Tish. Thank you so much for gifting those memberships, because now people can experience the membership program that otherwise might not have. David Williams, thank you for the support. They say, for the fueling issues, maybe SpaceX could start working on the Mars refueling technology converting CO2 to CH4, but scaled up using seawater. They even could have repurposed the oil rigs for it. Interesting. Unfortunately, they don't own those oil rigs anymore, but you better believe there's people at SpaceX working on in-situ resource utilization. I'm sure it's been something they've been working on for a long time now. Let's see. Oh, let's do replays. It's replay time. Pew, pew, pew.
There we go.
Starting with our Dune camera. Let's take a look. What can we see here? There's the there's the deluge. Oh gosh, that's amazing. Wow. So yeah, it was our camera views that were tricking us into thinking maybe the deluge didn't go up. All right, here is from the south side. There's deluge. Oh, that is just beautiful. The ice falling off the booster, the shockwaves in the air. Oh, you love to see it.
It's also crazy how quick Raptor starts up now, especially when comparing these to the first flight. It's just like boom, and it's on.
Right, there's no like long extended series of gaseous puffs, I don't know, for lack of a better thing to call them. It's just sort of like, and it's on.
That's both the ship and the booster for the third flight of a Starship. With the ship having done a static fire test just a couple of hours ago, less than 2 hours ago. It's crazy. The pace.
Yeah, it really, I mean, it makes the statement that SpaceX is not going to...
Steamroller.
the SpaceX steamroller is not going to slow down. Absolutely outstanding.
Just to put in perspective, Ship 28 was rolled out to the launch site on December 14th. It's been 15 days for the both of the vehicles to be tested. 15 days, just half a month.
A little bit of debris there in the cloud. Yeah, I mean, that's fast. Let's be real. This is insanely fast. To the person who commented or super chatted earlier, absolutely feels like IFT3 is close. Look at that. That orbital berm really pulling its weight today.
I love how the water goes over the berm.
Right. What do we think? This certainly seems like, if not all 33 engines, at least a 33 engine attempt.
Yeah, absolutely. And
we'll have to wait and see what SpaceX says, but yeah.
I was going to say, there's absolutely no way we can actually try to do any analysis on how many actually fired or if there were any aborts or whatnot. But thankfully, in the past, SpaceX has been pretty open about how these static fires have gone with how many engines ignited and whatnot. So I've been on Elon's X account constantly refreshing, hoping he posts something. The only somewhat interesting thing he's posted all day is that he'll do a talk about SpaceX's 2023 accomplishments next week. I don't know, it could be somewhat interesting.
2023 accomplishments. All right, I'll take it. I'll take any information we can get. Look at that. Beautiful. I'm sorry I'm not talking. I'm just sort of in awe. That's a really cool shot. Chat or Alex and Trevor, is there a specific angle you want to look at or go frame by frame through?
You know, one of the angles that I do like is one of them is actually this one, but then there's also one from the other side. One of the beach cams, I think it is, that we call them. Yeah, there we go. That one, I'm still amazed. Like, the way that they did the berm, exactly just so that the flames, they're a little bit, like, they really wasted, I mean, no, the other way around. They calculated the exact berm height to not have to put more concrete than necessary.
Right. It's a minimum viable berm.
Exactly.
Oh, good deal. This really, I mean, it illustrates the need for that in order to protect all of the tank farm hardware during these events. You can just see the flames licking the edges there. It's just, what a cool shot.
Yeah, and one of the things is that on launch day, because this is, I mean, it's not just an assumption, but it's also something that we've seen in the past and something that has been confirmed by SpaceX during launch days and streams and things like that, that the booster starts up at a partial thrust, and then it ramps up to full power in order to be able to lift off. Obviously, we're not seeing a liftoff, so we can assume that they're probably not doing a full, like they're not ramping up to full thrust with the engines. So when they actually do ramp up to full thrust, the flames actually go farther out, and that's why one of those ground tanks has a little bit of a dent there. Even though the last flight didn't have debris being thrown around, the flames still got all the way through. So it you know, all the shock waves and things like that got all the way there. So probably have to think about maybe making a larger berm or just removing the tank, actually, because it's useless right now. But there you can see also some of the vents on all of the other pipes as well. It's like a little vent that comes off before the water comes in. That's interesting. Look at that! Like
the ignition, the moment of ignition is just is so beautiful. Play it again, Patrick. Play it again.
Yeah. Yeah, go back. Like the meme. Too fast. Oh, come on, Patrick. Just play with us.
Yeah, he's like teasing us, like, oh, come on! He did it again. Here we go. God, it's like it's an insane shockwave. Like, it moves so fast.
It's amazing.
It's there for like one frame.
Yeah, I love it. I love that shockwave. Maybe the booster doesn't like it, but I love it. It's like, whoops.
Fair.
So can you guys think of any other rocket engine that's like liquid fueled, not hypergolic or anything like that, that starts up anywhere near as quickly as Raptor?
No. But I'm by no means encyclopedia of knowledge about rocket engine startup times. But
yeah,
I'm not saying I disagree. I think you're 100% right. I'm just by no means an authoritative.
Yeah. It just seems absurd how quickly they're able to start it, and I'm not good enough at rocket engineering to truly know why that is.
I mean, it's absolutely illustrated in things like seeing that shockwave that we were just in awe of. I mean, you don't get a shockwave like that with just a normal, slow engine to start. Like that was remarkable. And
One of the
yeah,
things.
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No.
I was thinking precisely of your shot of the SRB ignition on SLS.
Yep.
And also on the test, because you also went to a SRB booster test at Promontory. So yeah, I was thinking that shockwave of those two boosters igniting, it's mind blowing. It's probably up there with this shockwave that we saw today, and that we saw on Flight 2, Flight 1, more on Flight 2 than Flight 1 to be fair. But yeah, the solids do pack a punch, and they start up fast, and so the shock waves are probably more noticeable on solids, but liquids are less. It's not that they can't, because as we can see here, they can. It's just that it's less often, right? We don't see engines igniting that fast when they are liquid engines or liquid fuel engines.
To both of your points, it feels like, at least on the booster for a test like this, or for what we just saw, the startup felt way more like what you would see with a solid in terms of speed. And that's quite it's quite interesting. Can we look at the angle, Patrick, that was with the tower in the way? That was a cool shot.
The one from behind, right? It goes around the tower.
I don't know if that was highway or Mars or road or CP11. I think it might have been CP11.
There you go. Yeah, that's CP11.
Nice. Thank you to Sean for deploying this morning.
Yeah, he woke up really, really early to be able to deploy this. Look at that.
Chat, can we get some love for Sean in chat? Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah. The thing that I was saying is that I really love how it goes around the tower. Like, you can see how the tower is pretty much like a deflector of sorts.
Right. Can we get that again, Patrick? Pretty please. Yes.
Look at that.
It's so crazy to see, like, those little, like, fragments of, I don't even know, vapor, like, coming into existence and going out of existence as part of the shockwave right on the edge of the tower there. Let's look at it again. Absolutely beautiful. Let's see here. Play it again. Yes. Look right there on the right side of the tower near the base of it. You see that? That's so cool. Beautiful. It really just shows in such a dramatic fashion the sheer power of this vehicle. Outstanding. Let's do some thanking people. Juan Lambers, thank you for the support. They say, if/when the second tower is built, do you think SpaceX might try the same double static fire, but then with two separate boosters at some point, seeing the future plans of amount of starships that need to go up? Wow, you're thinking years out, buddy, but I like it. Certainly possible. Never say never. Jason Poole, thanks for becoming a PadRat member. Music? It's like music. Thank you for the support. They say thank you to the whole NSF team for the amazing coverage throughout the year. Thank you so much for the kind words. IndyCar, thank you for the super chat. They say, in my humble opinion, go back to past testing. The cloud created with water system working was all white. This one was not. Fair point. Chris, thank you for the support. They say it would be awesome to get a shot of you guys in the booth during commentary every once in a while. You don't want to see that. Maybe we'll put that in the member Discord sometime every now and then. Who knows? I'm literally sitting in bed petting a dog.
I was
Oh,
gonna say
there we
it'd be
go.
footage of Leica holding Jack hostage.
Yeah, basically. Please.
There she
Zeta,
is.
Zeta Infinite, thank you for the support. They say looking forward to 2024. Hashtag Alex Fan Club. Wow, we have an Alex Fan Club now, and rightfully so. Stephen T, thank you for the store purchase. They say from Maine, thank you for your continued support. And they bought my print. Thank you. That's amazing. Aiden Drumgoal, becoming a Pad Rat member. Excellent. And Harvey Frenzel with a super chat. Thank you. They say, can we see a side-by-side replay of both static fires, ship and booster? Oh, that is a Patrick question. We'll see what he says in our back channel. Kind of complicated because also we don't want to cut away from the vehicle, but Patrick says we can do that. So he'll get that set up, and we'll take a few minutes and get that ready to go, and we can take a look at that. Yay, Patrick. Let's see here. Wow, a whole bunch more support coming in. John J. Benstead, thank you so much, and Techran, thank you. They say it's 62 degrees here right now, right? I'm used to see the frost ebb way faster than it is. Maybe I'm mental. Well, yeah, I mean, let's talk about detanking a little bit. We mentioned earlier that we might see detanking go faster in the same way that we saw fueling go faster. What are we thinking about the state of the frost on the booster right now? Alex, you can go first.
I'm thinking that they may be holding the propellant this time around. Perhaps that's one of the things. The other thing is they have included the possibility to be able to drain back faster, but they may not use it. You know, just like they how to explain it? Just like, for example, on Ship 28. Now I got a better comparison. Just like in Ship 28, they tested one engine where they have 6, but they basically did not do anything with the other 5 engines. The same here with this hardware. You know, it could be that they are either holding the propellant on board of the booster, or they're just not unloading it through the new way of unloading the propellants. Maybe. Who knows?
I mean, inevitably, people are going to ask, will they fire it again? I don't think so, personally, but like you said, it could just be that they're holding for a little bit, for whatever reason, or some sort of additional testing. Trevor, what do you think?
Yeah, definitely won't see another firing. First of all, the propellant will have been warmed up by a non-trivial margin now, and we know that on launches, they can only hold the countdown for about 15 minutes before the propellant gets too warm. To be fair, maybe it's a little bit longer than that now, that we're seeing quicker loading. Like Alex was saying, it was about 30% quicker. But I mean, even with that, SpaceX has never done dual static fire testing of a booster in a day. And I think the last time we saw several static fires of the same vehicle in a day was SN9. So it's been a while.
I kind of feel like it was Ship 20, but I could be mistaken.
Oh,
Multiple static fires in the same day? That was SN9.
I mean, I know SN9 did like 3 in one day,
Yeah.
but I feel like they had a vehicle do multiple in one day since then, and I think it was 20, but I could be completely wrong.
Anyway, I find it unlikely.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very good at derailing the conversation. I apologize. Harvey? Frenzel? No, we did that one. Gareth Cole, thank you for the support. Dr. Studimer? Thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Cool Tech? Thank you for the support. They say, can you say hi to my boys, Caleb and Ryan? They love watching your live feeds. Hi, Caleb and Ryan. Thanks for watching. You have a cool dad. Or mom. Ground umbilical carrier plate. Ooh, I shudder when I read that. Thank you for the support. They say Ariane 6 or CTS 100 first. Alex?
What?
It's Starliner or Ariane 6 flying first, I think is what they're asking.
Oh.
Yes.
All
yes.
right. Oh boy, that's a more complicated one than what was it, Ariane 6 and Vulcan or something like that. Boy.
I mean, it should
Too
be.
close to call, but
should
it
be
should
Starliner.
be Starliner, yeah. Because the Starliner is April, May or something like that. And then Ariane 6 is looking at June, July for debut, so we'll see. I mean, technically Starliner has already flown. It probably means that, with crew, right? With crew,
Yeah.
it's being a bit of a wait for them.
Trevor?
I really want to say Starliner because I want that thing to, it's not as cool or anything as Dragon, and it definitely won't have the legacy that Dragon has had with all the private missions and whatnot. But I really want that spacecraft to, become operational and at least be able to help out, having crew on the ISS. So I want to say Starliner. I think it probably will be Starliner, but if there's one thing that Starliner is very, very good at, it's getting pushed back. So it's hard to say.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, let's do the side-by-side double static fire that Harvey asked for. Thank you for getting that ready to go, Patrick. So we have live on the right, and we have ship and booster static fires on the left. God, the shockwave. The shockwave on the boosters. Why are you barking? There's literally nothing to bark about.
She's
Don't give me those
talking
puppy dog
about
eyes.
the shockwaves.
Yeah, she's like, wow, look at those shockwaves. Let's see it again. Let's see it again. You love to see it. I mean, that says it all right there. SpaceX wasting no time getting ready for IFT3. Awesome. Well, thanks for the idea/suggestion there. Bob Smith, thank you for the support. They say, with Stage 0 design finalizing in Texas, do you think Florida construction will pick up again? Maybe early 24. I do sort of wonder when SpaceX will return their attention to the Starship pad at 39A.
I think finalizing is a strong word that we cannot use in the Starship program for a long time.
Yeah, that's very fair and 100% correct. But aside from splitting that hair, the question of when do they restart Florida construction and activities is a good one. Do we have any thoughts, Alex, Trevor?
My guess is soon. I wouldn't be surprised if in Q1, Q2 of next year we see work resume again. Especially now that a lot of the crew tower at Slick 40 is complete. They can probably refocus some of those teams to the Starship pad at 39A. And then now that they have 2 and hopefully soon to be 3 flights with this pad design in Texas, I'm sure they know a lot of or they've learned a lot of lessons that they can implement onto the new launch table and tower and whatnot. What will be really interesting to see is I know we heard a long time ago, and I believe that the orbital launch table was being assembled in one of the hangars down there at the Cape. I believe Hangar M.
Right.
But we haven't seen them, take it out or do anything with it. So, is it complete just waiting in there? Are they having some problems with it? We really don't know.
Yeah, maybe everything's fine with it. They just are not going to install it or move it out yet, just because they don't need to, or they're not ready to. I mean, heck, maybe it gets thrown on a barge and moved to Starbase, if that's even possible. I mean, I imagine it weighs an incredible amount.
Yeah, because unlike the one at Starbase, when it was moved, it was pretty much just the structure of it with the hold downs. It wasn't like we see it right now with all of the pipes, the shields, and everything. And so the one at the Cape might be more fully built, and so it's gonna be way heavier, right? And that's gonna be complicated to move. I mean, it's not like it cannot be moved, but then again, what's better? Maybe build another one just in case, right? Because for all we know, they could also already be building a third OLM.
Absolutely,
in another hangar or something. It could be the case that they're just building another launch ring somewhere else, and we don't know. Because at the end of the day, most of these things happen in hangars and things like that nowadays, and so it's complicated to get to know about that.
Yeah, I mean, and at a certain point, why would you not? I mean, especially now with 2 flights under their belt, they have some data to go off of in terms of how does a mount fare, what do they need to shore up, what is working good. You're going to need more mounts. You're going to have more Starship launch pads. Just start building the rest of the mounts.
Yeah,
it just
and
makes
even
sense.
before these launches, in one of the interviews that Tim did with Elon and I believe it was Sam Patel, they were on top of the orbital launch mount, or they were just about to install the orbital launch mount on your screen, and Elon and Sam Patel were discussing changes that they were going to make to future launch mounts, and that was so long ago, I don't remember what those changes are, but it still goes to show that even just building the orbital launch mount gives them a good idea of things that they can do better in the future.
Yeah, it's one of those things where we see so much in the Starship program that we don't get to see in other programs, that it almost it can like suck all the oxygen out of the room in a way where you think that that's because we can see so much that's all that's happening, but absolutely it's not. I mean, there has to be so much going on in the background that we never hear about until it's ready, or maybe we just don't hear about it. But I mean, I'm thinking like Starship crew interior, the lunar lander interior, lunar lander elevator, lunar lander engines, legs, in situ resource utilization for either the moon or Mars, things like rovers, like just all kinds of stuff that I'm sure people at SpaceX, smart people at SpaceX, are working on that we just won't hear about until it's ready or until it's time.
Yeah, and some of those projects seem pretty large. Like I believe in the Walter Isaacman book, they were talking about the Elite engine, which is like a random engine that SpaceX is working on that we had never heard of before.
Right.
So they obviously have tons going on behind the scene in addition to everything that we're able to see.
Yeah. I mean, suffice to say the next 5 to 10 years in spaceflight are going to be very interesting. Methane Man, thank you for the support. Saying that we always get brown clouds towards beach, so nothing to worry about there. In regards to a previous super chatter who was concerned about the deluge not being all white. RC Horseman, what's up, buddy? Thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Also, is that AI Man or is it Al Man? Gifting 5 Red Team memberships, thank you. Chris, grabbing something from the store. They say, hey guys, me and my dad love you guys. Thank you for all. Their message might have got cut off, but looks like they got the calendar. Hey, if you need a 2024 calendar, we still have them on sale. And there's 2 variants. There's a Starship one and a Cape one. Gareth Cole, thank you for the support. They say, will they build a dedicated static fire pad? Until we see some plans filed with the county, or until we get some sort of evidence whatsoever, honestly, at this point, we could only speculate.
My speculation is yes.
Yeah, I mean, it would make sense, right? Free up the launch site for launches.
Yeah,
I think for the ship, maybe, but the booster is going to be more complicated. A lot more.
Right.
Look at that! Look at the vibration!
Is that the sound? That's the sound hitting the camera? Wow. Anyone want some Jello?
I haven't seen this view before. Can
wait,
you put it
see that
again,
one
Patrick?
Again? Yeah, Patrick, can we see that one again?
We're
like the kids in the backseat of the car. Can we go to McDonald's? Can we get ice cream?
That's it. Back to Winnipeg.
Classic.
Are we there yet?
Yeah. I'll pull this car over, so help me.
And there will be no Cape Canaveral for any of you.
Oh gosh. References galore. Yeah, so good. There's like 10 people watching who get it.
I love this view.
Yeah, me too. I'm just enjoying these replays. Chat is reacting. Back to Winnipeg. Is you gonna buy some wigs or ain't you?
I feel like that was a reference that went over my head.
It was Simpsons again. It's always Simpsons. It's the one where where Bart has a fake ID, so he rents a car, and then they all drive to the World's Fair, but it's not actually active anymore. And then there's a Sun Sphere, but it's not the Sun Sphere anymore. It's turned into the Wig Sphere. And then the guy that owns the Wig Sphere asks him if he's gonna buy wigs. It's funny. Trust me. If you watch the episode, it's actually fun.
Thank you for embiggening my Simpsons knowledge. That's also a Simpsons
It's very cromulent.
That is. Yeah, it's very cromulent of you to say, Trevor. Thank you. Well, we did have a static fire of the ship earlier, and we also had a static fire of booster, as you've been seeing in the replays. And I gotta say, the pad is looking not bad. Looking quite good. Kind of like a steamed ham. I'm sorry, I had to just wedge that one in.
What do you think? How hot this static fire was? 5 alarms?
Yeah, it was definitely 5-alarm chili. Steve Jackson, thank you for the support. They say, is there a duration of time that the booster can be frosted up as it is now before it begins to cause damage, or can it go on indefinitely? Huh. I mean, I would think indefinitely. Alex?
Well, they need to keep the... So in order to keep the propellants on board, they will need to replenish them because they boil off. And so some of it escapes just naturally. They will need to, as they usually call it in old space, they will need to go in stable replenishment in order to be able to do that.
Right. Good deal. Let's see here. Looking at some questions. One Air RN is asking, why doesn't Starship use the longer lunar transfer to save fuel? I am not up on my orbital mechanics, but I mean, I think faster's better. I don't know. Trevor, any thoughts? You probably added this one to the queue, didn't you?
I think I did. I'll go with my answer, and then I'm sure Alex will have things to add. So my understanding is, right there, there are many ways, basically an infinite number of ways you can transfer from some low Earth orbit to a orbit that goes around the moon. And in some extreme examples, you have like the Apollo program, where they basically just had this enormous rocket that would make this spacecraft go quickly enough so that it just goes directly into translunar orbit, well, with an additional burn. But that's in very big contrast to how a lot of these smaller satellites and rovers and whatnot go to the moon, where they slowly raise their orbit and just burn at the apogee every month, or I guess like once a day or whatever. And then this slowly just increases the eccentricity of their orbit until they end up in a lunar orbit. And that's really nice and fuel efficient, but you can't really do that when you have people on board, because you have other systems you have to worry about, such as the life support and all of that, which is all has finite resources. So that's something that we only really see for those uncrewed missions that launch on Falcon 9, or some other rockets to some Earth orbit. So yeah, it may save a little bit of fuel, but then you're adding so much life support, you're making the trip last many times longer. So in the end, it's just not worth it.
Alex, any other thoughts?
Boy, I will probably take twice as long to answer. So I will say it just doesn't use that because it's just longer, and then you have a lot of more boil off and things like that. It doesn't make sense. Just expend a little bit of extra fuel, because at the end of the day, you're probably gonna lose that fuel either way to boil off. So why not just go faster instead?
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so we did have, once again, a static fire of the booster and the ship. You can see the replay of the booster static fire right there. We're not wrapping this up yet. We just don't want to end before some more interesting things potentially happen, or don't, but we're hanging out, watching replays, and just waiting to see this booster get detanked. But we are at the end of the stream, which, again, not ending yet. But we are going to premiere 2 videos at the end of this stream, so you can hang around and watch those along with us as we premiere them. Because when we do a premiere, there's like a chat sort of similar to live streams and whatnot. One of the videos is a wrap-up of 2023, and the other will be replays. So you can go through the replay frame by frame at your own will, whatever angle you feel inclined to analyze. So so stick around. So stick around for those premieres. What hilarious joke did you just make, Alex?
Inclined like the X-37B.
There you go. Highly inclined, highly elliptical.
One of the things that I was also gonna mention, and I don't know, I want to put you two on the spot here, because why not?
Uh-oh.
When full stack? Well, first of all, have we completed all the testing? Like, are we gonna see any more tests with the stages individually, or are we gonna see anything else? And then second, when full stack again?
I
want to
first
put you on the
off,
spot.
I would not be surprised if this concludes the engine testing. I also wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't, but this could very well have qualled both ships' engines for flight. But who knows, really? This is me purely speculating. As for when stack, I mean, it's so hard to say. They could stack the vehicles in mere days. They could also roll them both back to the production site, or who knows? I feel like anything is on the table at this point. Trevor?
Yeah, I would agree. I think we're probably, assuming that today's test was successful, which, we don't have confirmation of yet, but I would say all of the indicators point to it being a nominal test. With the duration being long, the pads in good condition, they didn't immediately have a depress vent or anything like that. I would say we're probably finished with testing, especially since with Booster 7, they only conducted another static fire after a bank of engines didn't ignite. So I think if they ignited all 33 today, even if they had some shut down, they're probably good on testing based on what they did with Booster 7. As when full stack, I agree, it's hard to say, but I feel like it's probably a week or two out, maybe a little bit more. I'm sure there's some work that they have left to do to both vehicles that they would want to finish before they start full stack testing, but it's so hard to say because, like Jack said, it's conceivable that they would want to test a full stack and do it at some point very soon, and it's also very conceivable that they have some retrofits that they want to do and roll them back to the production site. So I'm gonna say conservatively 2 to 3 weeks. Alex,
All
now
right.
you have the answer.
Yeah, because I said I was gonna put you on the spot, but by doing that, I'm also putting myself in the spot. I think the full stack, we could actually have it sooner than having the vehicles ready. If you know what I mean, right? Where you see something just for the photo op and getting some fit checks of both vehicles, like that could be a thing. I think that's not out of the question. And who knows, maybe it's something that they do before the end of the year, right? Just to get a full stack back on the pad before the end of the year. But I'm not saying it will happen. I'm just saying that it will be funny if that were to happen. But it could happen before they actually called off, all of the testing for these two vehicles, because they can just as easy go back and put Ship 28 back on the suborbital pad and test it again if they need to. So I don't know. It's a really good question. That's why I made it. And I saw a lot of other people asking that in chat, and I thought that it was interesting to debate about this.
Yeah, good one. Definitely a good one. I have a dog trying to roll on my lap on my computer. I don't know why you think this is okay.
Brother as well. We're dealing with two kinds of. We're a coughing brother. We're dealing with two kinds of pets here.
Jim Braun, thank you for the support. They say, when will we see IFT3 patches? It's a good question. I mean, IFT3 feels very close. So hopefully soon. I don't know. That's a question for Adrian and the store team. And Rod Toulousa, thank you for the support. They say, NSF, how about a side-by-side of Starship, Saturn V, and Artemis? That'd be cool, like a super heavy shootout.
Well, awesome. Starship is part of Artemis, so Catch-22 or whatever.
That's not a Catch-22, but okay.
Okay, I don't actually know if I know what a Catch-22 is then.
A Catch-22 is like if I told you, you can launch Starship when you get the paperwork. And then I also told you, oh, I can't give you the paperwork to launch Starship unless you prove it's safe to launch. And you're like, well, I can't prove it's safe to launch without launching it. It's like a catch-22. Like, you can't do it without one, but you can't do the thing to do the one. It's catch-22. Also, really good book.
It's a book?
Highly recommend. Yes.
I'm learning so much today.
You've never read Catch-22?
No.
Oh, dude. Catch-22 is like a significant touchstone of me being the way I am. It's like 1984, Catch-22, and some other stuff we don't need to go into. But like those two, Office Space. Also Office Space is kind of huge. But yeah, don't question authority, Trevor.
I have read 1984, but
Good.
If I should question authority, then why should I listen to you?
Good job. I'm proud of you.
You know, you don't have muting powers.
SN31 is asking, do you think Raptor will be more powerful than the F1 engine one day? I mean, it's kind of at odds because it's not meant to be a giant monolithic engine, but at the same time, it just keeps getting more powerful. What do you think, Alex?
Yeah, I was gonna go with the actually. I think we probably need that in the YouTube chat because we have it on
that is
Discord.
it's your favorite thing to do. You are that guy. Just for the record.
Yeah. In theory, there's already a more powerful engine than the F1, a liquid-fueled engine. That is the RD170 engine, and the only difference is that it has 4 combustion chambers instead of 1 single combustion chamber. So I guess it's kind of cheating, but it still has its own turbo pump and things like that. So I don't know, but it's more powerful. I think it's like 10% more powerful. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think Raptor will ever get that powerful. I don't think they have that sort of I don't know what's the word. Boy,
that margin or the capability to increase the...
No, not the capability. Basically the plans that they're not planning, I think, anything like it. Maybe if they do some sort of I don't know, 18-meter wide booster with an 18-meter wide ship, then we get something that is resembling that, like a Mega Raptor kind of engine.
Right,
I don't know, but I don't think with the current configuration we'll get more powerful Raptors. That's true, and close to 300 tons, if not 300 tons of thrust. That is probably possible with Raptor. But more than that starts getting into, beyond possible physics territory.
There's only so much energy you can fit in that fuel, and without increasing the size of Raptor's turbo machinery, they wouldn't get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, Alex, you'll appreciate this. In this house, we obey the laws of thermodynamics.
Yeah, I get the reference.
TechRan, thanks for the support. They say, are we sure there won't be another static fire today? I mean, never say never. That's part of the reason we're staying live. But right now, for example, the booster is being detanked. You can see the frost is diminishing and likely only sticking around where the tank walls remain cold, and not indicative of actual level of propellants at this point.
Yeah, the ground tanks are also venting. That is also a sign that they're draining back the propellants, because this is something that we get asked a lot when they start loading propellants on the booster, and the booster starts venting, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, this is depressed." No. It's like, yeah, it's depressed, but it's just like a short vent, because as they start loading the liquid oxygen or even the liquid methane as well, they need to vent out the remaining, the gas on top, because you're loading that liquid, right? It's like, I don't know, like a syringe or something like that, right? You're loading the liquid, and then there's the top of the liquid is a space that is filled with a gas. And so in the case of super heavy, it is gaseous oxygen on the oxygen tank and gaseous methane on the methane tank. And the thing is, as you keep loading that liquid, that gas is compressed, and so you need to vent it out and to be able to keep the pressure. The same thing happens on the ground tanks when you do the opposite. When you drain back those propellants and you start loading them back on the ground tanks also need to be kept at pressure, so they start venting. So I'm seeing already venting coming off. Well, right now we're seeing there on the oxygen tank there on the right hand side, one of those vertical tanks is venting. That is part of that process where they drain back those propellants onto the ground tanks. So that's part of the process. But again, as you mentioned, we don't know, right? It's not like we have a spreadsheet of, okay, this is what SpaceX is planning. They have the spreadsheet. We don't have it. we sort of have to fill in the blanks whenever we see something and note it down and things like that. But they could just, drain back and then go back again and fill it up again, because they have up until 3 p.m. I think it is, or 4 p.m. 4 p.m. It's in the ticker. I'm dumb. But yeah, they have another 4 hours, and they loaded this in 40 minutes. So, I mean, they have plenty of time. If they wanted to do another test, they have the time, which is crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
like
once again, the speed of propellant loading is just absolutely remarkable on this test this morning. Like, just really kicking things up yet another notch, and not just going faster with their testing cadence, but with the actual testing itself.
Exactly. They could do Ship 28 testing for all we know.
They can go back and forth. They can, Now we'll do 28. Now we'll do 10. Now we'll do 20. Like, if they really needed to or wanted to, it certainly seems like it would be trivial. Good deal. Susan, Lost Souls Exploring, becoming a Pad Rat member. Thank you so much. And Anonymous, picking something up from the store. They say, thanks for all the great videos. Well, thank you for grabbing a calendar, buddy. We appreciate it. However you choose to support what we do, whether it's just hitting the like button, it doesn't have to be a monetary thing. Whatever it is, it's so appreciated. I mean, hey, hitting the like button, YouTube overlord, algorithm, machine god, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, knows that, you know, maybe people want to watch our feeds. So whatever it is, thank you all for coming out and watching the live stream and contributing in your own ways. Continuing to watch Booster 10 detank, and it's just standing by to see if there's anything else that's going to happen. Maybe we get like a grid fin wiggle or something, who knows. But we do have 2 videos premiering at the end of this stream, when we do end, which we are not ending yet. One of those is a 2023 wrap-up, and one of them will be replays from today. So stay tuned for those. We are doing those as premieres, which means you can watch along with us, and there is a live chat, just like a live stream, and we can all hang out and chat.
Because one of the fun things is I haven't been involved in this video for once, so it's gonna be new for me. So I'm gonna be putting my impressions of the video.
Oh, good deal.
Why not? We'll chat.
Make a reaction channel.
Don't worry, Thomas. I'm seeing Thomas hating saying, "Oh, Alex critique." Don't worry. I'm not that picky. But yeah, and it's not just the testing activity. As you mentioned before, Jack, we have had Booster 12 move to Massey's for cryogenic proof testing. That is 2 flights after this. So it's Flight 5. It's not Flight 3, because Flight 3 is Booster 10, Ship 28. Flight 4 will be Ship 29 and Booster 11. Booster 12 is Flight 5. They're already preparing for Flight 5 of a Starship. It's crazy. And then Ship 29 moved to Mega Bay 2, or at least it's in the process of moving to Mega Bay 2. And then we have another closure tonight for a transportation that is possibly, maybe, for Ship 30, which it's like, okay, so now we got the booster first, and then the ship for Flight 3, all moved in the same day. Like what an amazing pace, because that bodes very well for 2024, having even more launches for the Starship.
I mean, immediately the question I think of is, how many launches do we think we'll see in 2024?
I think maybe at least, like, I've been saying at most 5, and the reasoning for that is that I think we're going to see some kind of hiatus, you know, like some kind of pause in between them phasing out version 1 and starting up version 2, because they need to not only produce them, but also, and it's a new build, apparently, right? It's something new, at least. So it'll introduce new things on the production side, but it'll also introduce new things on the testing side that they may need to work out. And so, you know, you never know. And they may take a little bit longer in between the last flight of V1 Starship and the first flight of version 2. And at the same time, they're also going to be building the second launch tower here at Starbase. So that's going to be also probably a moment of pause and ramp up all of the other things. Like, I think... So I'm saying this, I'm being reminded in my own brain right now by my own inner voice sort of thing about there was a comment from last year from Bill Gerstenmaier. He's now the vice president of build and flight reliability at SpaceX, and he said something along the lines of, sometimes you need to pause for a little bit just to get a bigger jump, you know, when you want to run fast and you're like, okay, I'm gonna stop here, and then boom, and you kick into a new gear. That is sort of the thinking here, that maybe that could be a great moment where they can just pause for a little bit, you know, catch a little bit of a break, doing all of the pad stuff with a new tower, new production, all new, and then go at an even faster pace. We've seen that with Falcon 9, where they have maybe slowed down for a little bit. In 2019, they had an even slower cadence than 2018, but that put them in the position to be able to do Starlinks. And then 2020, you know, it was even more launches. It was even more launches in 2021, 2022, 23. Like, they've been doing that kind of, you know, a little bit of a pause and then start up again at an even higher cadence, an even higher pace. I think, at least that's my thinking, that we're going to see perhaps with the launches. So that's why I'm thinking 5, because I think we'll probably have 3, maybe 4 Starship V1 flights left, and then the 5th could be that first V2.
So,
Nice.
Alex, I want to extend that question for you. So, 5 Starship launches, which I
More?
think I agree with. No, I agree with 5 Starship launches.
No,
But,
I mean, extending it more.
oh, how many Falcon launches do you think they'll do next year? And I'm going to preface this with, my guess is 135.
I think they're gonna hit at least 140. I think they really are in a, I mean, unless weather is totally stupid, and they have some kind of issue with the fleet. I don't think they're gonna have any sort of issue. But I think it's gonna be a good opportunity to learn a lot. I think they learned a lot from ramping up to the 100 launch cadence that they are right now. And even with the current cadence, they could probably hit 120. I think with a little bit of a push, they could get to 140. And their target is 144. So I think they're in a good position. 2 years ago, if you were to tell me, oh, SpaceX is going to do 140 launches in a year, I will say, no way. Like, no way. And with Falcon, it's like, no, it's not going to happen. But now it's like, with Slick 6 coming online, them doing a Starlink RTLS where they don't need another drone ship to be able to increase cadence, you know, they are in a position where I can see daily flights of Falcon 9, not with the same booster, but like from different pads. You know, once they have 4 pads, you can have them, I don't know, I'm talking crazy probably now, but like in an ideal world, you could have something like 1 launch from 1 pad, and then 4 days later you launch from the same pad, but in between the other 3 pads are launching as well, and you have 4-day turnaround time from each pad, so you have that going. And I don't know, that I think they could have the capability for that if it weren't for the fact that the second stage is expendable, and then you also have to test the boosters. The new boosters that are being made need to be tested at McGregor. All the new second stages need to be tested at McGregor. So it will be a really big ordeal to be able to put that in front. But from the launch side of things, the turnaround times, the hardware that they have there for the launch pads and things like that, it kind of looks like they could be able to support that. But again, there's other things to consider as well. And it's kind of crazy to think about.
Joss in our back channel saying, would they even have enough payloads to support that number of launches? Which
Starlink, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my initial thought was
actually,
immediately Starlink.
Yeah, my dad actually asked me this last night when I was, I made a comment like, oh, they just launched their 98th launch of the year. And he asked, like, how many of those were internal missions? And I believe all but 33 of the launches this year were internal SpaceX missions. So I think that really highlights that SpaceX is willing to launch as many payloads or as many missions as they can for themselves, especially now that Starlink is, each new Starlink launch is profitable. So each launch is bringing in more money than from additional capacity than it costs to launch it. So I think that makes the economics significantly easier, and SpaceX has shown that they can really produce a very large amount of Starlink satellites.
Yeah.
Also, we just had Elon just tweeted, just completed static fire test of Flight 3 Super Heavy. Unfortunately, does not seem to have noted if it was successful or not.
Or how many engines.
How many engines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But good to know.
One of the other thoughts. Oh, or go ahead, Jack.
No, go ahead.
Oh, well, I was going to say that it is just precisely part of the whole process to ramp up cadence for Starlink, but that also enables a lot more customer missions. As you mentioned, all but 33 were Starlinks, but that means they had 33 customer missions, which is the most customer missions they have ever done. And it's definitely more than a lot of other launch providers combined. Like if you combine Electron, Delta for Heavy and Atlas and things like if you combine all of the other US launchers, you don't get even 20 flights. Like it's crazy. And 33 customer missions. And because they have this ability to be able to support a crazy fast pace, they're able to gather more and more customers. Like they have even more customer launches in 2024. Like a lot of people I've seen, and it's a fair criticism that, the launch cadence, it's high because they're launching a lot of Starlinks, but it also enables a lot of customer missions. And I think in a sense, we're seeing that pivoting. And because we're in a Starship stream, so I'm going to stop talking about Falcon, but precisely because of a Starship, can you imagine being able to launch multiple times a day? And surely maybe 90% will be Starlinks. But if only 10% of all those launches are customer launches, that's a lot of customer launches. And that means a lot of capability that you're putting in orbit for, companies to be able to do things, agencies to be able to do things, governments from other countries. Like, for example, we saw the United Arab Emirates basically flying their own astronauts on a Crew Dragon, things like that. Like you could enable so many things by being able to do that, and it's just mind blowing. And sorry for the long rant, but I felt inspired by my own commentary. Sorry, but it's true. It's true. It enables so many things.
Someone needs to Photoshop the Barack Obama meme of giving himself the Medal of Honor, but with Alex.
It just, to your point earlier, Alex, when you said if you told me 2 years ago that they would launch this many times, I would have said no way. Imagine telling somebody back before SpaceX ever landed a booster that...
Oh, boy, yeah.
Like in 2023,
that was unthinkable.
They're going to launch almost 100 times.
Not only launched them, they landed 99 boosters this year. All successfully.
That's insane.
99 times.
Yeah. Even at the start of this year, when I heard the 100 launch figure, I was like, haha, no way. And, they missed it, but not by much.
Absolutely outstanding work from SpaceX. So, we do have those video premieres coming. I believe we are doing the first one at 1:05 Eastern or 12:05 Central or 10:05 Pacific. So stay tuned for that. In just a few minutes, we will have the This is 2023 recap video going live as we unpack everything that we've seen happen this year. And then after that one premieres and we hang out in the chat and chit-chat and reminisce about this crazy, crazy year, after that one, we will also do a premiere of all the replays, the replay video from today's doubleheader static fire testing. All right. Michael, grabbing 2 items from the store. They say, when do you think will be the first point-to-point Starship flights for passengers here on Earth? I'm gonna make Chris be sad or maybe mad, just because point-to-point Starship is one of those things that has been thrown around as a potential use of Starship, The government has expressed interest in it, but it's just sort of one of those things where I'll believe it's going to happen when we see some hardware or when we see some concrete plans for it to happen. Until then, I'm not going to get necessarily excited about it, or I won't necessarily even believe that it'll be real. Chris is yelling at me in chat. Chris, I'm not saying point-to-point isn't good. It would be amazing. I'm jaded. I've been hurt before. I'm cautious.
Jack, you're fired. Get off.
I'm seeing in our back channel that I've been fired. In fact, I've lost access to the back channel. And then just like static. Anyways. But I don't know. What are your thoughts, Trevor? Point to point. When do you think we might see that, if it actually does end up being a thing?
A very long time. I mean, frankly, I think there are so many logistical issues with it that haven't been talked about. The first is, supersonic flight over countries is banned, so you would have to re-enter pretty far away from, any populated areas just because of noise. And then, additionally, there's just so much more energy involved, and all of that energy has to go somewhere, and a lot of that's going to be on the frame of the vehicle. So I have a very hard time seeing the airliner-like flight profiles that Elon and SpaceX has talked about. Now, of course, I would love nothing more for them to prove me just completely wrong. But when you're dealing with, just velocities that are so much higher and so much more heat and so much more stress on the vehicle, it just seems unlikely to me that it'll ever be like an airliner flight.
Yeah, absolutely. It's sort of counterintuitive, but in some ways, it's almost like Falcon 9 is more apt to be airliner-like in that it's not such a massive behemoth that it requires all these additional, issues to be solved, like keep-out zones for a super heavy rocket or thousands of tanker trucks or what have you. I feel like Falcon 9 will obviously get to airliner-like operations well before Starship. In fact, I would argue that it's very close, if not there already. I mean, it's not quite there, but it's certainly closer to airliner-like operations than any other rocket has ever gotten to this point.
It's remarkable.
Michael, thank you again for grabbing something from the store. Trevor, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just adding. It's remarkable.
We now have a poll in chat for some
Yeah,
reason.
we have a poll in chat. Point to point. One option is awesome idea. And the other option is I have no friends and I smell bad, which is at 40% for whatever reason.
It could be both,
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's an awesome idea, but I just think there are logistical issues with it.
Right, I think it's an awesome idea. I want it to happen. I just remain skeptical that it will happen in the foreseeable future, until such time as we get, I don't know, American Airlines buying 6 Starships from SpaceX to operate as point-to-point vehicles or, something like that.
Wouldn't it be American Spaceflight by then?
That's true. That is true.
Through the air. Ish.
All right, so we did have a doubleheader static fire today of Ship 28 and Booster 10, and we are coming up on the premiere of 2 videos. Once again, one of them is a 2023 recap, and the one after that will be replays from today's static fire tests. So stay tuned for those. We are getting up to the 5 minute after the hour mark when we will wrap up the stream and watch those videos together as a premiere. But really quick here, Kyle, Trick, thanks for the support. They say, skipped out for an hour after ship static fire to get my haircut and missed booster static fire. That was crazy fast between both static fires. Keep up the good coverage. NSF. Yeah, just once again, absolutely insane cadence of testing out there today. Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah. I remember when Ship 28 got done and we saw the OLM vent going, and I said, we're probably going to get a static fire before 11 a.m. and we got it. Like, it was actually the case because we had the previous, all of the previous timings, so it worked out well. You should have listened to that.
And Zachary grabbing something from the store. Thank you so much to everybody for supporting what we do, and thank you, Zachary, for the kind words. They say, absolutely loving your streams. Can't wait for IFT3. Go Starship. Go SpaceX. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming out and watching today's testing. And thank you for all of the support. Thank you to Chris B for being on at the start of the show, so I did not have to wake up at 4 a.m. Pacific. And yeah, Trevor, thanks for being on, buddy.
Of course, thanks for having me.
Also, thank you to Ryan, who was also on at the start of the stream. And Alex, thank you as well.
It's been my pleasure, and Happy New Year to everybody.
Indeed, and thank you to Patrick for pushing the buttons and pulling the levers in the background. Here we go. We are 10 seconds away from the premiere of our 2023 recap. Let's all go watch.